board has returned from executive session and there were no actions taken. Can I have a motion to open the meeting? Bruce, a second. Lisa, all in favor? Let us all rise for the pledge of allegiance.
Yes, up first, actually we're going to start off, we're going to have our Goose Hill presenters present their happenings at Goose Hill Primary School in the past couple of months. You look very excited, you've already done a great job with the Pledge of Allegiance. So if our Goose Hillers can go up to the podium with Ms. Urso, that would be great. Thank you so much.
Thank you for inviting us here to present. We have been learning and having so much fun here at Goose Hill. Let's start by sharing what we are learning in some of our main subjects. Kindergarten has been learning to generate sentences and writers workshop. First graders are writing nonfiction, all about topics they're experts in. Some topics they're experts in are lacrosse, hockey, rainforest, Taylor Swift, penguins, and returns. Hi, my name is Logan. In math, Karen has been learning number pairs and addition and subtraction up to 10 using number bonds. We have been learning about measurement and data, learning to use tally marks. In experiment groups, we use different tally marks to survey other kids. Learned all about push and pull, force and science. First grade now knows all about lights and sound waves. We use different tuning forks to experiment with sound. We also used gnomes and flashlights to experiment with shadows and light. Hi, my name is Campbell. In social studies, we are learning about needs versus wants. We are also learning about goods versus services. We all have been earning our scooter license in physical education. It has been so much fun. We even have a scooter city to ride around in with a gas station, a pool, a gym, a mechanic, a bank, a restaurant, and a bowling alley. We also play gaga. Hi, my name is Raja. Miss Albanese has been teaching us so much. Kindergarteners are making clay pots. We are experimenting with different art materials to create abstract art based on Jackson Pollock. We also are using fabric to make buildings of organic and geometric shapes for the art of Faith Ringgold. In music, we learned so many songs for the 100th day. In music, we learned so many songs for the 100th day of concert. Students also have a 100th day of school fashion show. We are also learning about different types of notes, such as eighth notes, quarter notes, and whole notes. We also get to learn to play the xylophone. Library, we have been learning about different genres such as fairy tales and biographies. We are learning about how to find books using the column numbers on the spine. We also use PebbleGo, a database, to learn about topics we are interested in. During our creative lab period, we have been learning about how to code using our DFAT and Kibo robots. Our Kibo has taught us concepts such as sequencing loops and conditions. We also are using the engineering design process to make light up circuit cards and musical instruments.
Hi, my name is Theo. We had an assembly really all about holidays around the world. We also had fun singing many holiday songs such as O Hanukkah, Kwanzaa's Here, Feliz Navidad, and Opening Time. We love to help others here at Goose Hill. We had a holiday toy drive to collect toys to give to families in need. We donated toys such as dolls, board games, Legos, and arts and crafts.
Hi, my name is Bianca. We also collected food for donations. We had a harvest collection around Thanksgiving and collected cans for our annual Super Bowl food drive in February. We have been at school for over 100 days. For the 100th day of school, we designed our own t-shirts and rocked them as we walked the carpet on the 100th day of school fashion show.
Hi, my name is Rich. We also have been raising our turtles from the fish hatchery. They are getting so big. We took a visit to the Cold Spring Harbor Fish Hatchery and learned about sticky pad frogs, salamanders, and trout, and swordfish. And that turtles could live for 90 years. All of us at Goose Hill were lucky to have a field trip to visit the Vanderbilt Planetarium. We had so much fun looking at the night sky. Our favorite thing we learned was Uranus and Neptune ring diamonds.
Hi, my name is Reese. Do you know Goose Hill has its own garden? We just planted our seedlings in the hydroponic garden and are excited to see them grow. We also will learn about the posts by observing them up close. We attended our third annual sports night to cheer on the Goose Hill staff. We got to see the Goose Hill Goose and dance with the Goose Hill staff and parents.
Hi, my name is Polly. We rocked out Mismatched Shop for World Down Syndrome Day. We just finished celebrating Autism Acceptance Week and learning how to include all friends at recess.
Experiences you had, and you shared so much about your learning and making new friends and being kind to each other. That was truly amazing and so enjoyable and something we all could definitely learn from. I enjoyed that tremendously. So if you guys could just stay here for 1 second and go up and take a picture with you, would you guys like that? Would you do a picture? Yeah! Excellent, thank you. Take your pictures, please. Thank you. Thank you so much. As they depart, we're going to ask 3 of our elementary students to come up here who won an award at the Long Island Science and Engineering Fair for the middle school level. William Martin, Anthony Schrecky, and Caden Weber, who did work on solar cells and how effective they were at different temperatures. And if you guys like, you could share a little bit of your research with us if you want to. Are you guys here? Come on down, please.
At the Long Island Science and Engineering Fair, we were studying the examination of the efficiency of perovskite and polysilicon solar cells at varying temperatures. What this research meant was it meant for both near future and also how these 2 solar cells could be used in different climates. The perovskite solar cell is a brand new solar cell that is currently in testing, and we were lucky to get one in our hands. Silicon solar cells, you see them almost everywhere. They're the solar cells, that are dominating the market, for sure. We tested the 2, and yeah.
So what we found out in the end was that silicon was much more efficient at all temperatures than polysilicon was more efficient at all temperatures. And this could be very important because we know not to use perovskite in colder climates now.
So we actually made a box and we put each solar cell inside, and we heated the box up with a hairdryer and cooled it with a freezer, so we could test how much energy they outputted at different temperatures. We used a digital multimeter to test how much energy they outputted, and we used insulation in the box to keep the temperature stabilized.
What grade are you guys in again? 6th grade. Those are 6th graders. And how did you guys feel when you guys won the award? That's the first time a school in Coastal Harbor won an award at this event, so congratulations. teacher over here. Up next, we have two students from our junior senior high school, Dylan Savarese and Stevie Sullivan, who this year ran the Pink Aid Student Tennis Tournament for breast cancer awareness, which I believe doubled or came close to doubling the previous years? Doubled the amount of money raised. It was about $6,500, if I'm not mistaken. Do you guys want to come up and share anything else? Those guys did a great job. You can. It's up to you. Come on down. Please share what you did.
Hi everyone, my name is Dylan Savarese and this is my partner, Stevie Sullivan, and we ran the Pink Aid Tennis Tournament last year and the year before. It was passed down from Veronica Walken and her doubles partner from Huntington High School from outside school, and it's really a great event to be a part of. We doubled our raised money, so that was great, and we also doubled the number of participants, and it was a tournament style fundraiser, and it was a lot of fun, learning experience. And
yeah, just to add on, it's really a great event, and as Dylan said, we doubled our money and participants. Everyone in the Boyd Harbor District, West Side, everyone's welcome to come in 4th through 6th grade for our morning session, and then it's all high schoolers are welcome from 12 to 2, so we hope to see a lot of people this year also. Thank you.
Girls, thank you so much for such a worthy cause, putting your time and efforts into this, very much appreciated. Thank you. Next, we have a girls basketball state champions. I'll read it in a moment, but I do want to say, I wasn't there. Mr. Bongino was keeping me appraised with texts, and then the phone calls started to come. His voice got very high. He was screaming and just became coming back from 17 points down at one point. Absolutely amazing. So proud of your efforts, never giving up, just can-do attitude. So we have Reagan Callahan, Kelly Callahan, come on down. Come on down. Oh, Keegan, I'm sorry, Keegan. I should put my glasses on. I knew that. Keegan Callahan, Kelly Callahan, Michelle Cole, Audrey Davidson, Ainsley Dirks, Lila Long, Mackenzie McGraw, Ava McKean, Caitlin Millett, Olivia Medula, Ryan Reynolds, Eloise Rice, Madison Shalhoub, Hannah Silwak, Maya Soskin, Maggie Spear, and Kim Woodworth. Mr. Bongino?
So this is historic. It's the first New York State Championship in school history. And I'm actually going to let the orchestrator behind it all say a few words. Very own Coach Malone.
Good evening, everybody. A parent recently told me that nobody likes long speeches, so I'll keep this quick. What these girls accomplished this year is unprecedented. Only 5 Nassau County schools have ever won a state championship in basketball. They were the first B school to do it in 22 years. It just doesn't happen until it did. Not only did they win Cold Spring Harbor's first state championship, they did it in dramatic fashion, coming back down from 17 points to win in the closing seconds. It is a memory I will hold cherish for the rest of my life. They're the best team I've ever coached, not only for the beautiful brand of basketball they played, but the type of people they were off of it. You deserve all the awards, recognition, accolades that come your way. You are a joy to coach. Thank you for letting us be a part of it. Special thank you to our wonderful seniors, Maggie, Ryan, Kelly, Mackenzie, Michelle, and Maya. You girls were the best. Thank you for making this a special year.
Mr. Bongino, you made a commitment to the team. Mr. Bongino made a commitment that if the girls won the state championship, he would have his head shaved, and he certainly did. The video is still on our website, and if you don't know where it is, email me and I'll gladly share it. We'll do another picture. One more recognition for tonight, Grayson Meeks. Yeah, Grayson. The Western State and National Champion in the weight class. It's both of them I had the honor to actually be there when he won the state championship. And you may not know this, but behind us were adults who, of the other student athlete who wrestled for that championship game with match. And when it was over, they said, oh, it took that long. They knew what was going to happen before it even started. That's your reputation. And I have to tell you, you were so gracious on the mat the way you treated him, and it was very obvious that he knew he was going to lose, but you treated him just like anyone else. It was really nice to see. Thank you, Grayson. You have coaches, please.
going to give a little quick rundown of Grayson's 6-year career with us. It is going to be the greatest of all time for sure. He finished with a career record of 203-27. Out of those 203 wins, 151 of those were pins. This year he had 46 wins and 3 losses. 43 of those were by pin. He got to be a 3-time All-Eastern State wrestler, place finisher, which is the best on the East Coast. He was a 3-time New York State finalist, 2-time New York State champion, first time in school history. He was 5-time All County, 3-time county champion. He just won a national title last weekend down in Virginia Beach as the best wrestler in the country. He was just voted to the All Long Island team by Newsday for the 3rd straight year. And he's also voted for the first time ever 3-time Nassau County Wrestler of the Year, and he'll be wrestling at University of Pennsylvania next year with an impressive 1460 on his SATs and a 4.09 GPA.
One more picture. Well,
You know what? No, he didn't.
As Vice President of the Board, here are my updates for the public. Thank you everyone for coming out tonight. It was very nice to see so many of our students honored. We are looking forward to our further discussions pertaining to next year's budget. The budget proposal before us is reflective of our board and administrators' efforts to move the needle on instruction in our district, including, among other things, items to reduce class sizes and to enhance our special education services. Last year's budget funded the rollout of our ICT program. The ICT program was something that had been requested by parents for a number of years, but it was never implemented until now, and it has received a lot of positive feedback from our community. So thank you to our administrators who have worked together to put this proposal together in an effort to continue our long-term work toward our often referred board goal of improving instruction for all students.
thank you, Heather. Good evening, members of the Board of Education, staff, and community members. Welcome to the April 8th meeting of the Board of Education. First, I want to extend my heartfelt thanks to the students, parents, staff members, coaches, and everyone else involved in creating wonderful experiences we've witnessed over the past couple of months. These achievements of our students are truly remarkable as a testament to their dedication and hard work of so many in our community. This past weekend, the students of Lloyd Harbor presented the Addams Family Musical. It was a fantastic celebration of student talent, and Friday and Saturday shows were packed houses, were a clear sign of how much our community supports the arts. The performances were professional and showcased the creativity and enthusiasm of our young thespians. Earlier this evening, the Colesman Harbor Library hosted the annual Student Art Show reception, featuring beautiful artwork from students at Lloyd Harbor, Westside, and Goose Hill. The reception ran from 6 to 8 p.m., and I understand the artwork will remain on display through the rest of the week. If you haven't stopped by already, I encourage you to stop in and enjoy the show. Last week, our 4th and 5th graders participated in Hackathon Code Conquest, where they competed in coding challenges against 19 teams from across Long Island. It was a fun and enriching event that gave our students a chance to stretch their problem-solving skills and teamwork. Our Lloyd Harbor West Side mathletes also represented Cold Spring Harbor at the North Shore Math Olympiad Invitational. This is more than just a one-time event. These students commit to weekly and monthly challenges throughout the year, and we celebrate their progress, participation, and grit. Congratulations to all the athletes who will also be competing both in the Suffolk and Nassau County Math Tournament in the coming weeks. Just last night, right here in the Performing Arts Center, 86 8th graders were inducted into the National Junior Honor Society. Being selected for the membership is not simply a reward, it is a recognition of leadership, service, character, and academic excellence. Congratulations to all our new inductees. This morning, again here in the PAC, was our 2nd graders from Lloyd Harbor West Side participated in the annual Symbols of America event. They sang patriotic songs such as You're a Grand Old Flag, God Bless America, and God Bless USA, and more. It was a touching and educational performance that provided a history lesson to the parents, grandparents, relatives, and all in attendance. It was truly an inspiring morning led by some of our youngest learners. At the other end of our grade level spectrum, occurring in June, after our trip to Normandy, France, we celebrate our Flags for Freedom event, a meaningful tradition which started last year where our junior high students hold American flags and then are presented to each of the graduating seniors by local veterans. The Education Foundation has approved the grant funding the Flags for Freedom program this year, and it's on tonight's agenda for acceptance. Thank you. This ceremony includes inspirational keynote speakers from our military and a live demonstration of how to fold the flag properly. Much like the Symbols of America event, it is an important opportunity to teach our students the significance and symbolism of the American flag. Not to be outdone, our Cyberhawks team 2875 ranked 3rd in the Albany Regional after 84 qualifying matches. This ranking tied the team's best individual ranking, which was set back in 2017. We'll be honoring the Cyberhawks at a future Board of Education meeting. And of course, just before, we had our youngest students in Goose Hill who presented on the happenings of the buildings throughout the past couple of months. I'm so proud of the work they do, and I know the future of Cold Spring Harbor and America is in great hands. Tonight we'll also be continuing a discussion on the 2025-26 school budget. We'll also discuss projects to be possibly completed this year across the district that include security fencing, security cameras, and tying the Network Operations Center, AC, and equipment to a new generator that was installed at the junior senior high school. The town of Huntington has provided me with an update with the traffic light at the junior senior high school. Currently, the large pole are being galvanized at the manufacturer with a delivery date to be determined. Once these poles are delivered, construction will commence on the traffic light system. When I have a firm date of delivery and start of construction, I will let everybody know via communication. Again, congratulations once again to all our students. Let's continue to celebrate and support the outstanding achievements of our students, teachers, and community members. Thank you. Take care of yourself. If you can, extend kindness to someone in need. Have a great evening.
Thank you, Joe. We are at the first discussion section of the agenda, and tonight we're opening our discussion with a cell phone update.
Mr. Danbuski.
Good evening, everyone. Thank you for the opportunity to provide an update. As we move into the final stretch of the 2024-25 school year, it's my pleasure to provide an update on the implementation of the bell-to-bell cell phone restriction, which we utilize the all-day take-home model utilizing yonder pouches. Now, several months into full implementation, we continue to see positive outcomes that align with our goal of reducing distractions and fostering greater student engagement in learning. Overall, the program has been effective in changing the culture of cell phone use during the school day. Some would even say it has broken free of an addiction of devices. Teachers have reported to me fewer interruptions, stronger student attentiveness, and improved classroom management. Students, some of whom were our most outspoken critics in the beginning of the year, have said they have appreciated the increased sense of connection during class and the removal of the distraction. Of course, as with any initiative, we have encountered challenges. This, of course, is to be expected. There are still some students who try to subvert the process by either tampering with their pouch, lying about leaving phones in their car, putting older devices in locked Yonder pouches, or finding other ways to access their phones during the school day. When these situations are brought to our attention, or if a student is caught accessing a device without authorization, we follow our established disciplinary procedures. These include having the student surrender their phone to the main office or the junior high main office. Repeat offenders turn their phone in sometimes for up to 2 consecutive weeks. We notify families and we apply progressive disciplinary consequences as outlined in our code of conduct. We found that consistent follow-through on these procedures has helped reinforce expectations, which is evident in the lack of recidivism. We keep a running log of students as the year has gone on, and we track to see if it becomes a pattern of behavior or if it's an event of behavior. There are daily reminders for the staff to conduct Yonder pouches during the morning announcements, as well as portions of staff meetings that reinforce our why behind the efforts with Yonder. We continue to remind students and staff of the importance of remaining vigilant and consistent. Our staff has done a really, really strong job encouraging them, and they have supported us in supporting concerns promptly while maintaining open lines of communication with families, particularly when exceptions are needed, as we do have some students that have accommodation pouches for either health-related or other emergencies. As we look to wrap up this school year and ahead to the future, we'll be working on the best way to collect feedback from the students and the staff to inform any refinements to the program. I consider this to be probably one of the most pivotal steps for us, considering that the state is formalizing a law that places tighter restrictions statewide. Additionally, we constantly evaluate how we best support our seniors who have earned privileges in the Commons, ensuring that trust is maintained and, however, consequences can be implemented when that is not the case. It's essential for us to ensure the integrity of the initiative is upheld, and I want to thank the community and the board for your continued support as we work to create an environment that prioritizes student learning, their well-being, and meaningful in-person connections.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Dambusky. If you have any questions from the board, please. No, please go ahead. No, Lisa, you.
I know, you said that some have been tampered with and there were in excess. Have you had to replace a lot of them?
So we have. We've had to have families replace them when they're tampered with maliciously by the students to try and subvert. Parents are asked to reimburse the district for the cost of that pouch. We have had to replace a few in the very beginning of the school year, particularly our junior high students. At the end of the day, after they unlocked their pouches, they were putting their pouch in their backpack with it open, and the minute they shoved the textbook or something and bent the pins on the pouch, which is feedback that we had given directly to Yonder about possibly revisions to their design, that if they maybe come with a little bit of a thicker pin, that it wouldn't happen so easily. As with any new initiative, you roll something like this out and you try to adapt, and I saw Mrs. Harmon running around at the end of the school day the first couple of weeks telling kids, no, you take your phone out, now lock it. Lock it before you put it in your bag, to try and avoid any more of those bent pins. But yes, we have had students, some in rather creative ways, try to get into the pouches, including some filing down the actual needle so that they can close it without it actually locking. As with a lot of rules, anytime we put something in place, the students are going to try and get one step ahead of us.
And then, so the idea, are you thinking they'll give them all back at the end of the year,
Sure.
And then they'll be like washed or something, and then?
So every one of the bags was, asset tagged, essentially, was assigned a barcode, and right, so at the end of the school year, we will get the ones from the seniors back, and the underclassmen will maintain theirs until they graduate.
Oh, the Chromebooks?
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
How many entries in the tracking log are there? I assume each entry is a unique incident of non-compliance.
Each entry is every line of the sheet is a unique entry. So what I did was I took that and I converted that into a pivot table in Excel to be able to extrapolate how many times it's been repeat offenses based on the time of the year. By and large, the ones that have become repeat offenses, you can regularly find their phones in the main office, either sitting in Ms. Marasciulo's desk in the phone home or in Ms. Malone's desk in the junior high office. But if memory serves me correct, I want to say we had somewhere in the range of 1,300 lines of data that had been entered. So in a building of 700 students, at this time of the year, that's on average less than 2 per student.
Did you have something to?
No.
Oh, thank you. So the report sounds like the program is going well. And in fairness to you and your staff, you're not seeing it maybe. But we spend $30,000 on yonder packs, and as you know, from being at meetings, I follow up how we spend our money, and I want accountability for how we spend our money. So I've talked to students, I've talked to parents. The program is not going well, unless they're all lying to me. I don't want to sit here and list examples, because one, we go on, and two, I don't want to give kids other ideas, but one parent recently told me their son forgot their phone at home, and their phone was blowing up all day because all their other friends were sending out social media posts and whatnot. The Chromebook loop has not been closed. This program, unless I'm being lied to, is a waste of money. I'm embarrassed that I voted for that. I feel like a fool that I voted for yonder packs, because you're doing your best and your staff's doing your best, but I wish I could have that vote back, and I'd rather give the money to the teachers and their contract, frankly, than waste it on, because there are too many examples of kids using their phones that I've been told. And it's widespread, and the attitude is, why am I going to lock my phone up if my friend's not locking their phone up? I'm not saying you're not trying, but it's not working. And we wasted, in my opinion, I'm not speaking for the board, we wasted $30,000. Now, what's the solution? Maybe you don't even share that opinion. Maybe you think it is going very well, compliance is very high, and there's just a small subset. Because I've been told, when I ask, and I'm not going to name names, I don't see any use going on. I walk around, I don't see any. I walk around stores too. I've never seen anybody steal, but stealing takes place. I mean, so you don't see it all the time. And I'm very concerned, because I want our kids to have that environment where their communication skills expand, their attention skills go up, they don't have the distractions. There are true benefits to a cell phone-free environment. Perhaps we should have just had them lock it up in a locker all day so they have no access, and really put in a block on Chromebooks, because we're not lowering anxiety, grades aren't going to go up, all the things we were promised. And some board members, in fairness, were doubtful whether we should go that route. They said, you know what, do we really need to purchase yonder? And I was like, you know what, this is gonna push us over that transom we need to get to have good compliance, because I wanted this for our students. And I even talked to students in the beginning, because in the beginning compliance was high. And they did say, you know what, it is a nice environment. I am enjoying it, but like you said, the workarounds began. They started to defeat the yonder, they started to run scams, and they're winning, from what I'm hearing, unless I'm being lied to. But too many parents, too many kids have told me stories, and I have to believe there's some truth to it. So I'm not saying you're not trying, just what's the solution to get us there?
So I'll start by saying I respectfully agree to disagree as to whether or not it's working. Because I'm in the hallways every day, I'm in classrooms. We had a demo lesson the other day, and the teacher who did the demo lesson made a comment about the fact that not a single kid in the class had a phone out during the class. So for that, I would say it's working. Nobody is denying that teenagers are not going to try to find a way to subvert the process. And when we know about it, the issue is addressed. Despite pushback that we get from parents for addressing it.
When you know about it.
Right? Despite pushback, when we know about it, the issue is addressed. Nobody is saying kids are not accessing, but nothing short of, are we supposed to pat the students down as they enter the building? We're not opening kids' backpacks. When a student tells me I left my cell phone in the car, I'm going to treat that person as a young adult and say, okay, if you're telling me you left it in your car, but then if you're caught with the phone during the day, now that's insubordination. Now you lied to me to subvert the process.
I'm not asking for you to pat students down. I'm asking you to at least consider the fact I think the administration is overly confident that it's largely working. You keep saying, I respectfully disagree with you. Unless I'm being lied to, there is widespread skirting of the Yonder policy, and I am asking you to at least give that consideration. Because, as I said, unless I'm being lied to, which I don't think, there's too many different conversations I had, and I'm not saying there's not a lack of effort. I hear stories of administrators running around when they find problems and banging on windows and doing various things. We're just not providing the kids a cell phone-free environment, and I just ask you to keep an open mind that maybe it's not working.
Mark, if I can, one who said, I see a significant change in cell phone usage in the buildings. I purposely, when I'm up here at the junior senior high school, I'm in the halls between periods, looking into classrooms, and I say for the vast majority of the time, I am not seeing cell phone use. I never would say that kids at times are trying to subvert the program. Just last week I participated at Smithtown, who also adopted the Yonder Pouch, and we shared some of the similar stories where students who last year received a new phone, so when they walk into the classroom, they go to the teacher, yes, here it is, click, and it's their older phone they put in there. And that's a challenge for teachers to know, is that the older phone or the newest phone? Because it's either the iPhone 20 or the iPhone 17, they all look exactly the same. So are students subverting it? I would imagine there are some there so. I would imagine every single one of us broke the law today as we sped to our destination and went over 30 miles an hour in one location. That doesn't mean that we're not doing the right thing. I see difference in the hallways. I see during lunchroom, the students are talking to each other. I think there are more students outside playing during recess, especially the younger students. I walked through the cafeteria today. There was one student on their cell phone. I spoke to it was a substitute teacher who was watching over to, in the cafeteria. The student was very covert about it. They had it underneath themselves, went over and he addressed it appropriately. The rest of the high school cafeteria did not have a cell phone out.
Okay.
So am I saying that someone doesn't use it in the, they go to the bathroom or hiding here or there? I'm not seeing widespread use. So if we're at a 70 or 80 or 90%, I can't tell you definitively, but right, when it's heard about, I feel the administration is addressing it. You can only act on what you know and what you see. And I think they're doing a good job. Can we always do better? We strive to continue to do better. I have not seen a study that says cell phone use in schools is good for kids. Every study shows that we're doing the right thing and working towards it. We're going to try and continue to do more because I believe that it's the right thing for students to do, to concentrate. When this was being rolled out, I had people in the community who are college professors, and at least two of them talked about how we need to do something because kids are coming to college. They're in class, not paying attention at all, and they're paying good money for a college education, and they're on the phones the entire time. So again, can we do better? We're always striving to do better. Is it perfect? It is not. But I commend the administration for the work they're doing, and I believe we're going in the right direction. We're doing the right thing. I truly believe that.
And I led with that I believe you're trying. And I am also saying we're failing. Do you know how many parent complaints we've gotten since it started? There were parents that were very opposed to this policy and actually have gotten into arguments with other parents that supported the policy. Do you know how many complaints we've gotten since the program's really unfolded? I'm not aware of any on the board. Okay, you know why? Because none of their kids are having trouble reaching their parents whenever they want because they have access to their phones. And again, I know you don't know this because they're not going to tell you. I talk to people just as I've tried to find out how much we spent on bathrooms. I want to know if we're getting our money's worth on Yonder. And my checks say absolutely not. And I am embarrassed by my vote. I feel like we look ineffectual because this was a big signature program we were going to institute, and I'm hearing you're very confident it's going well. It's disappointing to hear. I understand why you may think that. I just ask you to keep an open mind that it's not going well, and we have to work. If anybody on the board has any other comments, if you've talked to your kids or other parents, feel free to speak. I'm not obviously putting you
Yeah, I have a question, because saying it's effective is different than saying it's effective because of the Yonder pouches. So I'm very curious to what degree the Yonder pouches are being used. And to me, I think that's an observational thing. I think you could see how many kids actually exit the building and stop to open the pouches by observing it, or you could see after 9th period who's opening it in the classroom. If every kid's running out without opening it, I think it's pretty evident they're not using the pouch. So I think at some point, not today, we need that answer, because if at some point we're going to be asked to renew Yonder pouches down the road, I think we want to know whether they are part of the solution or not. Because you don't need the Yonder pouches, you just have a zero tolerance policy. We approved the Yonder pouches because the administration asked us because they thought that was the most effective way. So
there's two things. The complaints at the beginning of the year, I would have to say, I can't say definitively, were vast majority were seniors, parents of seniors, and seniors have the permission to use the phone during free times when they're in the senior commons. And that was something that was always going to be part of the plan if we look back to our initial rollout of this, and we just needed the program to get going. Once that came to fruition, they stopped because they realized we adhered to what we said we were going to do. I just want to clear that part up there.
yes, my son was very annoyed at me for a few weeks.
Okay.
On that point, Bill, thank you for reminding me. I asked at a previous board meeting if I was allowed to stand at the exit, because I was just curious to see how many kids were actually going to walk out of the building never needing to use the unlocking station. I thought that would be quite telling. I was called a creep by a fellow board member in jest.
You didn't ask to stand there, you asked to see the video.
Oh, Fred, you're correct. I said, can I look at video? Right. And they said, no, you can't because of privacy. I said, okay, can I stand there? Thank you, Kate. And then, it's creepy. It's not creepy. I'm trying to make sure we're doing the right thing by our students. And my question is, because I was denied, did anybody from the administration say, that might be a good idea? Did anybody go back and look at video because you're permitted? Or did anybody stand near the exits and take a survey of kids that just walk out of the building? Did that happen?
That happens relatively regularly. Mrs. Harmon can let you know how many times she catches junior high students walking out of 9th period on their phones. And I'm fairly certain every single parent that she catches in that circumstance finds out rather quickly.
And all the punishments are uniform?
Not if it's a repeat offense.
No, what if you get caught with an open Yonder? What's the or your phone out, what's the punishment?
For the first offense, the phone is taken away.
For how long?
Given back at the end of the day. And if it's a repeat offense, they turn it in her office every day for 2 weeks.
All right, okay. It's not worth getting into specifics, but look, I'm on your side. I could see the frustration, but
I'm sorry you have the opinion it's not working. Being in the building every day and seeing the difference in our students, during class period time, during changing, you actually hear kids speaking to each other in the hallway, which is not something I've seen in 4 years.
That's right, they don't walk in the hallway.
At the end of the day, it's dead quiet because they're all glued to their devices. So I'm sorry your opinion is it's not working. I have a different opinion.
I know, they're not walking in the hallways, I've been told that. They just don't use them, but they use
So
them
I don't, if they're not using them in the hallway, they're not using them in the classroom.
behind Chromebooks, they're using them. In other areas where people aren't looking, they're using them. It's being used.
So I mean, how draconian do we want to go? We're going to talk about removing doors at the bathrooms to make sure nobody enters the bathroom with a phone?
No, I think we should have done it differently to secure the phones than having them on their person. They shouldn't have the ability to get a phone. And the Chromebook, I thought we were going to address that in terms of that's being used also in place of a phone. You can, not the Chromebook, the Apple MacBooks, thank you. The MacBooks are kind of a loophole too, that it seems that haven't been closed. So, look, if I'm wrong, I apologize for wasting everyone's time. I'm just reporting back the due diligence I've done, so that's all I'm doing.
I will share offline, because I don't want to share with students who may be watching some of the loophole with the Apple. I'm going to share with you because I don't need to spread that anymore. Next year, it's not just a cell phone ban. The law hasn't been passed down, but the way it looks like, it will be all non-school owned devices. They very well be. We will then, it sounds like it also as is, restrict, they wouldn't be allowed to bring any computers other than the ones we provide, no watches, none of those would be permitted, and that will be paid through. So we would, and we've already said we need to discuss this, particularly at the elementaries. We see students with watches, 4th grade and up. And sometimes it's not even internet devices. Last year I made a presentation with Ms. Cosme. We saw after the holidays, students, again, innocently by parents, were buying watches that were able to record a video for kindergartners. And this is something they simply bought off of Amazon for $40. I don't think the parents realized that. And there was some parents shocked at that. And they came back and said, I didn't even realize that. And they looked at these things are going on. So it is invasive for many of our students in addiction. We're working hard to do that. And it's hard. As Mr. Dambuski said, and I saw it at numerous presentations, it says something at the end of the day where they run to is to look at their phones for notifications and so on and so forth. That's an addiction there. And we're trying to break that. We're trying to do the right thing by students. Is it perfect? No, it's hard. They're working on it. They're teenagers. This is what we do. We're going to continue to fight and do the right thing by students because I truly believe we are doing the right thing for our students and for the future, and for their future.
We have 3 presentations this evening. Updates on the NOC, the Network Operations Center, security cameras and security fencing, as well as our final presentation for adoption, scheduled for April 27th.
Heather, do we have an open discussion period later?
Oh, I'm sorry, Mark, I should have said that. We just went to the cell phone update, but yes, in the discussion portion, if there are any other matters for discussion, this would be the time to bring them up.
Anybody in the group? I just spoke a lot, so.
Well, let's start with you, Mark.
All right, thank you. Wanted to get an update on Italian, please, what the status is on enrollment.
We had 5 students enrolled to take the class.
Are we proceeding with that?
No.
No? Okay. And the question I've gotten was, why did we set it up such that it wasn't a true third option and we started it in 9th grade?
We were looking to run it as an elective to see what the initial interest would be as a course, and we saw it wasn't a high amount there. And as we discussed, as a small district, having multiple languages can be challenging to find teachers who teach the language. And we wanted to take the test, get the temperature test of how many students were interested in taking the class as for Italian to go through. So the way it would operate, when you start a language in 7th grade, you continue it through to 8th grade to take the first checkpoint, and then in 10th grade in your second checkpoint. So it's a continuation, you continue in that language. Once in a while, the child may switch between a language or two. If we don't have that interest in there, we would need to first find teachers to teach it, then continue on. We didn't have anyone in the department right now who is certified to teach the course. At best, we would have 1, maybe 2 sections of 7th graders who are interested in it. We just wanted to see where our numbers were in interest in general. That's not to say that in the future we couldn't try again. We could look to see. We had a difficult time this year trying to find a French teacher. I could be off, but I would say within a week before school started is when we found that person. I know reaching out to the local universities, trying to find students who graduated with languages. I believe Stony Brook said in the last 10 years, it's like 3 or 4 is as many students that graduated with certification languages. There just aren't a lot out there. It's a challenge. I know there's currently a district on the island who's been a couple of months. They had someone leave on I don't remember exactly why, and they haven't found an Italian teacher yet to find that replacement. It's a challenge. So we wanted to find out what we would have, and the numbers were very low, 5.
Right, the teacher we identified, she wasn't able to do it if we did have enough.
She wasn't certified. She'll be teaching out of certification, which we're allowed to do, but the numbers didn't warrant it having 5 for an elective.
It's more of a numbers issue than a teacher issue, it seems. But
well, if we were running it as a 7th grade class, we would think we would have one, and then there's a continuum. Then once that child starts in 7th grade, we would have to finish that for the next 5 years for that child. 8th grade, 9th grade, 10th grade, and many of our students go into 11th grade. We would need to continue that program because they need that to graduate.
yeah, we took the time to survey the parents and students. The answers, I mean, the number of people that responded was fairly robust for a Cold Spring Harbor survey. There was real interest in having a 3rd language. A district of this quality should have a 3rd language. We put it starting in 9th grade, where kids have already started a language. I mean, it was set up to fail, and then it was practically, you know, a culture class with 6, I mean, the way it was marked. I'm really disappointed. I don't know if the board has, my colleagues have anything to say on that, but I don't know why we're not trying to either do a 3rd language and not waste time, because this was a complete waste of time.
We did try.
We tried in 9th grade. That wasn't if kids are going to...
There's something we can do. It's only 5 kids signed up.
In 9th grade, but what if we offered it as a true 3rd option?
It was anyone at the high school, so it was open to 9 through 12.
Right, and the kids already start in 7th grade in language, right? They're on a track already. So if you're in Spanish or French, and then are you going to jump off and then take Italian after you put in 2 years of a language?
It wasn't a jump, it was an elective. We've done that before. Actually, we had tried Italian in the past and it didn't go. We've tried, we've had Latin that ended. We've had courses, and it was just, we wanted to test to see how many students were interested. That doesn't mean we can't go back in the future to do that.
Just obviously in 1 of 7, my opinion is we set that up to fail. I hope other people have thoughts that they would like to share, because I do think this district should offer 3 languages and then really give it a try, really offer it when kids are in the initial stages of picking.
But I also think we're in a different environment now, too. And you just told us there's no teachers available to even teach it, which is unfortunate, but that's what we're dealing with.
I don't give up that. I mean, first of all, we had someone identified who's not certified, but then we said, well, they could teach if we needed to get that certification. But I'm sure if you post for, let's find out. I mean.
And I think the other concern was the draw away from the other languages.
That's correct.
French already, you know, is struggling a little bit with to get students. So that could have an impact on that. So we may end up with 2 languages in the end anyway.
All right, well, I won't belabor that point.
Concerns at least.
I think we set it up to fail.
Well, I guess the question is, to succeed, does it need to be introduced earlier than 9th? you're making a valid point, but I also understand the limitations. If kids are already invested in language, they may not want to switch in 11th grade to Italian.
And I wouldn't call it a switch, it was more an additional language, basically a third language for them.
Yeah.
How interested they were. They would typically continue to go on, and Beverly says me correct, they were predominantly 11th and 12th graders, but the number of real 5. So it's really an additional language as opposed to any French or Spanish they would be taking that on them.
I mean, I don't really know. I understand what you're saying about wanting to start it as a course, you know, as a track. But I think, you know, if we offered it in 7th grade, we'd be making a commitment, you know, that we might not be able to, you know, I think really an elective, at least this first year, was, you know, maybe the way to go to see how much interest there was. You know, I mean, if you have only, you know, 3 or 4 kids and, you know, they start in 7th grade and they've started this track, now you have to follow those kids, you know, for 6 years. I don't know, I don't think there is any great way to do it, unfortunately. I don't think that there's any solid way in a district this small to introduce an entire new language as a track.
I think that is part of the challenge as a small district. If we were a district with 400 or 500 kids per grade, it would be much easier. You're right. This isn't not wanting to have a third language. That's not at all. We discussed we were going to do this as a survey to see people fill out a survey, but then when it came time to pick as an elective, 5 students selected it. So when you know, rubber hit the road, that's where it was at. Again, not opposed to adding a third language if we can sustain that and move forward, but just as many of us said here, there's a commitment. We need to commit to those children until they graduate for at least the end of 10th grade. Again, most of our students to 11th, quite a few may even go to 12th. So it's a commitment, the numbers weren't there. Again, I'm saying not looking for it to fail. The description followed what the other courses have in content and criteria. That's what it was.
If we wanted to do it in the future, we would have to offer it like to our 6th graders. Basically, would start it like that year, and then they would put in for it, and then we'd have to locate a teacher.
Correct.
So there's a few steps, you know, that would have to be, and then if you can locate a teacher, that would be problematic and start from scratch.
But I would want to make sure we have someone in the bank if we're going to offer that to be able to.
Can I just remind me, how many kids did you want in order of them?
You know, electives, you know, to try something out, we may have been low as 10 or 11 on that. It's hard to tell.
And 7, so this wasn't an option for 7th and 8th grade?
No.
Right.
Their schedules are packed. They don't have room in their schedule for electives. They're pretty much pre-described what they take.
I just looked at the big response we got from parents and students, so I think there was interest. I just don't think there was interest as an elective. And if we are going to be bold and be an excellent district, we have to, you know, be bold. And that would mean adding a true third language, whatever that language is. Italian ended up being selected. That was not important to me what the third language was. It was important. After speaking with parents, they would like to see a third language, and I think we did it in a way that I was afraid it would we'd be here, right where we are tonight, and here we are. All right. Is the wet lab still in limbo? Anthony or Mr. Clement, do you have any update on the wet lab?
I don't have an update. I just have received some quotes, and that's all that we have currently.
What's the next step?
The next step is to meet and to look at the quotes and our funding source and identify how much of the work that we're going to do.
Okay, so this has been an ongoing problem. These poor students chose this class, and it's been makeshift. And now we changed the design, is that correct, to make it a simpler design to install?
No, I don't think the design.
Would you like to come up and speak into the microphones? It could pick you up on the recording.
So we didn't change the design, we actually worked with the information we received from the teacher.
Okay. And the design is simpler, right, to implement?
I don't know if it's simple or not, I just know that the design is, can be phased, it can be done in parts, it doesn't have to necessarily be done as a package deal, so if we mean simple by the fact that it can be broken down and not be an all or nothing, that would make it maybe more simple.
Okay, so when will we have that presented to us? Or is that something that you have to sit with your team first? Or
Yeah,
come to us?
I think the whole team needs to meet about this, and all the stakeholders need to be involved in this. And we should sit down and look at all the proposals fully and in entirety, and then make a decision on the direction.
Let's get that on the calendar, I guess.
We do have 14 tanks running in the class.
And are they able to accomplish all their academic endeavors, or were the class was stunted?
I can't say if there are more tanks going to be in, so.
Can you just tell us the timeline, when did those tanks go in?
They were from the beginning of the school year. I can't say if they're on day one. Part of the setup is them operating and running the tanks. In working with the person from Southampton, who's the only other one on the island who has something that it took him 10 years to get where he is now. It is something that you just don't build overnight. It is a program. It's a building process. And do we want to move forward on this? Absolutely. Thank you, Anthony. We'll definitely have something put on the calendar to see where we are on the timeline. But to say the students don't have anything, they definitely do. They have 14 operational tanks in the room. In fact, when we had our guest speaker, Van Pelt, come in and talk about the book with it. What was the, right, no, but the fish that she was.
Axolotl.
Say that?
Axolotl. No.
Axolotl, thank you, was astonished that we had 2 of them, which is an endangered species in our wet lab.
Yeah, but I'm saying from September to now,
Oh, I
put 14, or is this from?
oh, they were in the very beginning. I want to say part of the class is setting up the tanks. I don't want to say on day 1 they had 14, because part of the class of learning is
But it was
actually.
done this school year.
Oh, absolutely,
Okay.
yes, I'm sorry, yes. So, maybe by mid-October.
Yeah,
they're
no,
running.
I just, because
Gotcha.
from where we got a bunch of emails in the beginning that there was nothing, so I'm happy to hear
no,
that there's 14.
No. I could find out
Yeah.
the approximate date, but.
No,
it was
that's okay,
early.
that's not really, I just kind of wanted to know when it was.
One tank that we had to hire a company to move is too
Yeah.
big. But even
All right,
last
thank you.
week, we had a livestock delivery. People
Okay,
wanted
good,
some new
so there's progress.
There's a lot going on.
Doesn't Huntington have a wetland?
It's, they have one big tank.
Oh, so they can't,
It's
it's
different.
different, they
It's
can't
different.
tell us?
We're looking to do something similar to Southampton.
Thank you.
The other topic is one that I've mentioned before, and I'm bringing it up again because I'm concerned, and it's regarding the board email. It just says BOE email, and it also goes to Mr. Monastero, and you just need to look back at email we received as a board the last few months. And there are multiple examples of people emailing the board and then separately putting Mr. Monastero's email address. So clearly, they don't understand he's included in that email. And I asked the board to please just have 2 emails, Board of Education email just for us and Board and Super. I think the transparency is important. And it's really a simple fix. I don't know why we're sticking.
Mark, I thought we discussed this at a few meetings ago, and I thought, you guys can correct my memory if I'm wrong, it was discussed that it would be difficult for the president to get back to the emails as quickly, it would cause an impediment in that regard, because at least this way the superintendent, most of the emails can be just taken care of by the superintendent. So it may help in that way, but it also may serve to delay responses to the people writing in. And the board kind of discussed it and weighed in on it, and I thought we decided to stay the course, but
Yeah, we
if
did.
everyone can jump in and say, that's, you know.
There's
we
that
did.
disclaimer when you write to the board.
Right, we
that it's
added the
going-
disclaimer.
There is a
because we
disclaimer.
knew it was a concern, and I thought that the
That was
board
all.
was comfortable with that. Is the board, I know Mark's not totally comfortable with it, but is the rest of the board comfortable with that?
Well, the reason why I'm not comfortable with it, Heather, is we put the disclaimer in, it is there, but it is not being comprehended by the people that are contacting us.
I know, I'm just, you're kind of looking at from two perspectives. It may not be the most efficient though. So
It's
we're
not the
looking
most
at
efficient,
efficiency
but there are
versus
people that do not want Mr. Monastero to be included in communication sometimes, and if they
I
contact us.
understand what you're saying.
And
But
I
thought we
just
was
don't
keen
want to have that happen. I think it's.
Well, maybe we need to put on the website something about if they don't want him on, they have to put our names in individually. There is a way to send us emails without putting
Anyway,
him on the email.
I've raised it, and if it is what it is, it should be.
One thing I asked, and I don't know, we sort of dropped it, but I find it hard to believe there's not a technology solution to this, that when you type BOE at CSH, et cetera, I don't know why you can't, like through technology, get an option that says, which one do you want to use? This one with the super or this one without the super?
Like it comes up in the.
Yeah,
I thought we did.
Or,
Was that looked into?
because there
Joe?
wasn't, I don't think there was an objection about being clear. The objection was it's hard to manage the emails, it would be burdensome on the board president to keep track of the ones that we want to forward to the superintendent. So I just think there's probably a technology solution.
Did we look into that, Joe? Because that was brought up.
I just want to make sure when you say Bill, so when someone is on their Yahoo account, they type in BOE at da-da-da-da, that they get the option. I do not know of that in existence because it's imaged to AOL and your personal, wherever you work at.
I'm not a tech guy, so I'm not saying that's the real solution.
I never thought of something, that's why you have a separate email address.
How is that really different though, when a disclaimer pops up and says, please note, your email is going to the Board of Ed and the superintendent?
That happens after you send it.
No, that happens before you send
Well,
it.
I think that happens when
When
I
you
think
type
you're
in BOE,
when you're seeing that, I think you're only seeing it when you're in your school account.
Yeah.
Because you're with it
You
internal,
find
so
out
you never
after.
lay away messages before. I think if you're on your
Oh.
Yahoo account, that's like feeding back into another
My
system.
apologies.
No, that's okay. And our system is trusting because it's an internal account. But
so,
good question.
so somebody from a Yahoo account wouldn't get that disclaimer until they're ready to send?
They get an auto response when they hit send, and we also have it on the page where the address is listed. It says something to effect, please note that this goes to all board members and also to the superintendent of schools.
Oh, so it's kind of, okay.
Right, and that's, I don't know when that started, but it's been existing for a while.
I believe it happens though after you send it.
Yeah, yes, because it's an auto response.
So, yes.
Correct.
So the horse has left the barn.
Mhm.
But anyway, look, if we have a problem down the road, I did my part. The last thing I want to ask about, unless people still want to talk about email, is these allowances. Should we do that now or later? Because I had a question about the allowances. We're getting more allowances back. And my calculations, since March, we've gotten $154,000 in allowances back. And since 2014 so far, we've got a total of $87,000 in allowances back. So just since March, $154,000. And then since 2014, we've got a total of $87,000 allowances back. We have what we learned talking with the architect and construction manager. When allowances are approved, it's between them. So is there a way we can switch it so we can actually get involved in that process, or are we contractually bound to let two outside parties determine if they're taking an allowance or not?
You can absolutely change that.
We can change that?
Absolutely.
Would the board like to change that tonight as a policy? Because there are still, Ms. Costa said, there are still outstanding balances to the tune of what? You said, how many million?
The architect and the construction manager have began closing out the new addition and steam wing renovation. So those projects are being closed out right now. We haven't seen any final paperwork, but conversationally, they're closing them out right now with the vendors.
So those
But the money we're getting back is from the bathrooms, right?
No, the money tonight is from 21-22 projects, heating and ventilation upgrades.
Did we get money back from the bathrooms?
You did.
So why did that come so quickly and these are from years ago?
Because they just finished this work last summer. This 21-22 heating and ventilation work was bid out, and that work was done last summer. Some of that flowed into
When were
the
the
school
bathrooms
year.
done? When were they finished?
The last summer,
Same time.
same time frame.
And we have one allowance back, but not the other, even though they were done at the
They're
same
working
time.
them through, they're working through the 21-22.
I don't know if I have to foil it, but I'd like to know in the last 10 years how much allowance we've received back.
Yes,
Because it seems like we're not only receiving this because we asked about it.
Well, we just provided some of that information to you guys tonight.
Well, kind of, that's,
Yeah.
So the thing about these allowances too, correct my math if I'm wrong, the allowances are a cushion for overage, and each trade gets the same amount of an allowance on a certain project, like in the bathrooms, it was 5,000 for each trade.
I'm not sure exactly how they determine how much allowance goes into it's written into the bid spec document.
But are they even?
I cannot answer, I don't know that answer.
And when there's a job where the allowances are fully taken, this is the math question I have, and we're not asked to pay more, but we get no allowance back, that means you have 4 trades where the overage ran exactly to the penny, 5,000 each. And that's happened a lot of times. I would think that's statistically quite improbable, right? I mean, we're talking mega millions times the third to the third.
Well, the process generally, as you're referring to, is generally correct. Each contract awarded has some form of allowance in it, and the way you receive unused allowance back is through a negative change order. So if you close out a project in your past and there was no negative change order, the architect and construction manager approved use of that allowance.
Right, and again, we're not involved in that. But that allowance has to be exactly $5,000. And if all 4 trades take it and they don't ask us for more money because they didn't go over, but that means all the overages came to exactly that dollar amount in all 4. Because we're not getting like allowances back, it seems, on a lot of projects, right? If we go through this sheet.
You mean the old project?
The old projects, they took the full allowance, and then that's it. Thank you, thank
are we
you.
still entitled? Like, is there like
A look back.
statute of limitations or something on that? We're allowed.
I would say that the project's already closed with the state and the contractors.
So then we
When you
can't
make final
get
payment, they're like, you've closed them out.
But you see what I'm saying? That each overage where they use up the allowance had to be exactly.
I understand what you're saying.
And it happened 4 different trades. That's okay. Well, going forward, we're certainly going to have the allowances have to be approved by the board. Do we need to make that a policy, or what do we need to do?
You don't have to, we can just change procedure.
Okay, that we don't have in our contracts that they don't have to do that?
The reason that allowances don't go through the board process traditionally in general is because normally to keep construction moving along, they need to make quick decisions, and waiting a month, we wouldn't be able to open schools. Most work happens in the summer.
Right.
So they're making decisions very quickly. They open a wall, there's a wire they didn't anticipate, they need to take it out to be able to reconstruct the wall and move all that. That is why allowances exist, and it keeps projects moving quickly other than the once a month that the board meets.
Could we please get a readout where all the allowances were taken on a project whether they were not over or under budget? Because the likelihood of that happening seems pretty far, right? Just once, but it's happened. I just want to see how many times that's happened.
I did ask Mr. Grillo to provide me with a list of where we are with current projects that are still open in their allowances. So
Okay.
I will see that and share that.
Thank you.
And Christine, in this information, the status report on capital projects that we received, all of these negative amounts, that was when money was given back to us?
Yes, a negative change order is an unused allowance.
Okay.
Anything else? For discussion? Moving forward with our presentations, we have updates on the NOC, Network Operations Center, security cameras, and security fencing, as well as our final budget presentation for adoption, scheduled for April 22nd.
Hi, everybody. I'm Brianna Fulton. If you don't know me, I'm the Executive Director of Technology, and I'm going to share a little bit about the Network Operations Center and how vital it is that we keep it cool and operating throughout our school days and after. So here's just a picture, just to give you an idea. This is some of the brains behind what we use in our Network Operations Center. This is where our network servers are located. We have some of our switches, our wide area network, which connects all of our schools together via fiber optics. We have our camera system server in here, lockdown system, the phone system. It operates all the controllers for the Wi-Fi. And we also have our backup storage in here and our regular file storage. So it's very important that this equipment stays online. And the good news is that there is a generator outside the front of the school that does keep this equipment online in the case of losing power. The bad news is that the air conditioners that are in that space do not stay online. So we run the risk of having these machines, which would cost over $1 million to replace, would overheat, and we would essentially could lose everything. Unfortunately, when this equipment does go down, some of the things that happen, you won't be able to get anything, no phone calls, nothing on the network, you'll have no camera systems, you can't process any food service for students to be able to get any food from cafeteria services, no financial, and you won't be able to make any contacts home because you don't have any of your student information and any of your parent contact information. So it's important that we keep this stuff up. If we were to get the ability to connect our Network Operations Center into a generator, we would keep all of our ACs online, which would keep our equipment online, which would keep the district online. So that is why this is important to keep the district operational.
And just one important thing, the generator that the equipment is located can't handle the air conditioner. That's why it's not connected to it right now.
Right, and unfortunately, the location of where the Network Operations Center is does not have any windows for ventilation, so there's no way to even cross-ventilate if there is an network outage. If there is a power outage.
So maybe this is a dumb question, but where does the air conditioning, what powers the air conditioning that cools the NOC now?
When it's on regular electric, it works normally, but when the power does go down, there's nothing that operates that's not connected to any generator.
And that's a unit that runs 24/7, so in the dead of winter, it still runs because this produces a tremendous amount of heat.
And a little heads up tonight, the board, you'll see in the budget presentation that we have added this for your consideration to be able to hook up the NOC to the current generator. So that we're adding that for your consideration tonight.
The generator has capacity to add this on?
Yes.
You want to add the NOC to the generator or the air conditioning in the NOC to the generator?
The air conditioning, they're two separate generators.
Right.
So one of them already has the NOC, the other one, which is where this would go, that would operate just the air conditioners.
We would run the capacity to eventually cut everything over to at this point.
You don't need a new generator, you just are doing a connection?
The generator that was installed with the science wing it's comparable in size to the one that is at Goose Hill. It's a big one.
Okay.
And it could handle everything. When I say everything, it could handle the AC and the equipment. Believe it or not, the equipment isn't a lot of power. Things become fairly efficient over the years. The AC, I think, would be majority of the power. AC takes a lot of power. Like I said, in the dead of winter, that runs.
So that's much cheaper. We thought maybe we had to put a new generator, right? We just have to make a connection.
Correct.
Yeah, the board is going to consider a $50,000 estimated cost to run all the lines to that new generator.
And an automatic power transfer, so it happens.
Any other questions? All right, let's move on to the, thank you, the camera upgrades, please.
I guess this is me again. So some of the requests that have come in terms of security have led us to getting quotes for different cameras upgrades, and I've been working with Rich Smith, who's also been working with one of our contractors to look at some areas in the district that desperately need certain types of cameras. One of the ones that came up were license plate readers, so that when people are entering and exiting the property, to be able to capture their licenses. There's also software where you can go through and scan those. If you have certain alerts, you can put alerts on certain types of vehicles so you know when they're coming and going. So this is just to give you an idea. The 2 cameras at Westside, 2 at Lloyd Harbor, 3 here at the junior senior high school, and 2 over at Goose Hill. So that's just an example of what the actual camera does look like. So that's one example of locations that we're looking to add cameras. Additionally, there are some other cameras that they're looking to add to the junior senior high school. So there's 3 cameras that would go on buildings. This is to also cover the fields. 4 of them would go on the press box, 2 would go on the field, and just to give you an example of pretty high-tech cameras, these have some of them 4 or 5 lenses, so they can do a lot. The one on the top right would actually be an example of one that would go on the press box. It's very long range, so you can get a pretty far view from there using the internet connection that we have on the press box. And here's just an overview of where these cameras would actually go. If you can see, if you look over at the baseball field, I think that's a baseball field. On the bottom, you also have one there on the turf, and then you have the ones that kind of go along the road that would get the backfields. So this covers the entire high school property.
So 2 years ago, when we replaced our exterior Wi-Fi, we added locations, but also with the capacity, knowing that we would want to do this down the future, that we could install cameras. And video sends a lot of data over the network. These are wireless. There's no physical wire between this and the building, but we set it up to be scalable to accommodate this. So we were looking forward to eventually do this one day.
Yeah, this is actually a really smart move that you did all this work ahead of time, because all that power exists, so it takes the cost and cuts it down significantly. Even though it's a little expensive sometimes when you put cameras in, this makes it a lot more manageable.
Do you want, do we have no coverage to the right of the soccer fields? It looks like it's all coming from the left-hand side of that picture.
That's because that's where the power's located. With all the cameras that were spec'd out, they have the ability, that's where they're going to be capturing. They're just doing it from a further distance.
They're very high resolution.
Yes.
Okay, very good.
Yeah, with multiple lenses, so it gets a complete view.
So the ball field on the bottom, that's captured, and then the upper turf is captured.
Yeah, you can see on the bottom right, you have that camera there would go point to the turf. That there would get your baseball field, and then the ones on top of the press box would get the fields on the right, and then you have up further where I think that's storage. You have another camera there, so you can kind of see how it gets that whole entire area just with those cameras.
Are we doing plate capture just on the 2 entrance roads, or are we doing plate capture too for the parking lot on the upper turf?
There's 3.
There's going to be one on the upper turf?
I believe so.
Okay, thank you.
All those locations are 365 cameras, so they go 360 degrees. So they are able to see all around.
And here's the best camera of the night because it's the cheapest. This is the Lloyd Harbor camera, and thank you to our facilities crew because they actually ran the wire, which brought the cost of this way down. So this is the one camera that we're missing desperately at Lloyd Harbor outside the front door.
Don't they have a camera inside the front door?
They do, but it doesn't get the front door angle.
Oh.
Lisa's
expensive exterior camera.
Yes,
The west side went a little less, but it's in.
correct.
So when I go there and I look at the camera, no one's looking back at me?
And that's just the one, the interior one that, yeah, well, they're looking towards you, but not at you. And this is the interior one that's over at West Side that they're looking to add.
And do all,
I'm sorry.
oh gosh, do all the cafeterias have cameras in them? Except West Side?
I believe so. This one I think is just, was more or less a blind spot.
So there's a camera in the Lloyd Harbor cafeteria, middle school, all the.
Yes,
all the-
okay,
Yep. Yeah, which is pretty standard.
Are there plate readers in all the campuses or just the junior, senior high school?
It would be all. If you go back to this is the estimate, and we did each
Okay, thank
area
you.
of the property
I
coming in.
missed
and
that.
all.
We have cameras in the hallways and stuff.
Yes.
I'm not actually lying when I tell my kids I'm gonna check the cameras.
Definitely cameras in the hallways.
I had them convince smoke detectors were cameras too, so don't give them up. So they think there's a camera
Okay.
everywhere. It's pretty good. I mean, is there a 100% compliance? I can't say. I'm sure there's a little here or there, but we have pretty good coverage in the building.
Yeah, definitely good cameras.
And I think as we move along, and if we see something comes up, we'll address as needed. We built, when we put this in a couple years ago, it was definitely built to be scalable in the sense that we could add additional cameras. Our servers and the like could handle all this plus additional.
And our current security system can handle these new cameras?
Yeah, this is just licensing them, but they do have the different servers. This is not a problem to expand.
If you're looking at the soccer fields from across the way, if you're going long distance to get any definition, you're covering a very narrow space. So what exactly is the functionality of the cameras?
Well, if you look at some of so there's actually a key, and it's really hard to read up here, but you can see that some of these cameras do have multiple lenses that will stay zoomed in. So you don't have to worry about then having to.
What's the purpose of, kids are playing on the field, you want to see what, if someone walks on a field, or they can't?
A lot of times, yeah, you want to see if maybe there was an injury and something, you're letting an outside organization use the field and there's an insurance claim, you want to be able to see what happened on the field. If somebody's coming on the property, you want to make sure that you're able to capture who's coming on the property out of the woods,
Okay.
just different
And
things.
it will just not show a person moving, it will give us enough information to be useful?
Yes.
Okay. We're all for cameras, but if, we're not for wasting money, obviously, but, so camera over there is gonna show if someone gets hurt on a field. Okay.
I want to make sure that we're clear. I'm not going to say that we're going to be able to necessarily see behind the tennis court with fidelity with here. We would need to install power. There's a lot more necessary to have. Definitely closer to the camera, the better it is. The further away, it's as high as the resolution is. We may see we need better of what's going on, but that's where the most of the action is going on. We may in the future say we need to expand. But this is giving a tremendous amount of coverage where the vast majority of athletics is going on.
So if they're focused on the far fields and something's going on in the near fields, they'll pick that up as well?
Well, so if you look at on top of the press box, there's actually multiple cameras there.
Multiple, got it. Perfect.
Anyone else? All right, let's move on to fencing.
This was the story.
So what we have tonight are some fencing options for the district that I'm going to go through. And just to take a look at some of the key features, things that we've talked about. We have fencing that's going to be a combination of 4 to 6 feet throughout the district. We have gates for pedestrians that are 3 to 4 feet. And we also have service vehicle entrance of 8 to 10 feet to let our trucks in or any other kind of activity that needs to happen on the fields to provide access. Obviously, key components of this is that it prevents the entry of unauthorized vehicles and people onto our fields and buildings. It also protects the students from leaving designated areas. It also aligns with law enforcement recommendations and a lot of the assessments that we've had done and a lot of our security professionals that have weighed in on this. It also increases our security overall while maintaining the aesthetics. We are able to blend the two together to provide good security for the buildings. I apologize if this is tough to see because getting good Google Earth images that fit into this slide are a little tough, but as you can see, this is a layout of Goose Hill and covered trail field, which you can see the blue is existing fence that runs along the side of the property, and where we're filling in the gaps where there is no fence and taking it all the way around the perimeter of the field along the tree line, and it takes us to what is near the back part of the school around the gym area. There are 2 drive gates as part of this, and also a pedestrian gate that you see in the lower left corner, which is for our evacuation route that provides us the ability to leave the campus and go through that area through a neighbor's property. Next up, we have West Side.
Anthony, just which were the 4 foot and which were the
Oh, I'm sorry.
6 foot? I'm sorry.
So if you look at that end number, that I believe it's 1,238 feet, if you go back and follow that up towards the 1,000, and you turn and you go up where that yellow gate marker is, right there would be our 4-foot fencing. It turns into 6-foot fencing when it is on what we're going to call our perimeter.
So we're not having any fencing here?
The blue is existing chain link fence.
Oh.
And the rationale for the fencing is to give us what?
The security end, I'm going to turn it over to Rich.
Very good. Good evening, Mr. Smith.
Hi, good evening. Thank you. Yeah, so some strategies for the fencing in law enforcement and crime prevention. It's called CSH. It's crime prevention through environmental design. And that's really what this is. It's how to prevent crime through fencing and bushing and things like that. Some of the strategies of CSH are the first line of defense against violence and intrusion, the need for a fence. It designates the school grounds as a well-defined, carefully maintained space that deserves respect. It enables surveillance by school staff and law enforcement officials. And it's a natural surveillance. I know there's a question in the past, should it be a solid fence or not solid? They suggested not solid. So law enforcement can see in and you can see out. It's called natural surveillance. So that is the suggestion. It limits access in areas that are not highly visible. In the far corners of some of these areas, in some of the schools, there's some pools and surrounding neighborhoods, areas far away. So, areas you really can't see well. It does limit some access there. And it restricts entry points into your property. Obviously, it should be a school-by-school basis, and that's what we looked at. The most important thing is SEPTED, and I agree with this at school, is there has to be a balance between aesthetics, security, and the budget. And that's why we kind of looked at 4 feet and 6 feet. If you just focused on security, it would look like a prison. So in the school theory, and you want to kind of balance the 3 of them, which is a little tricky, but that's the goal. The industry standard, I've called 17 other schools. I don't know if you district guys in other schools. It's pretty much the 4-6. 4 in the front, the 6 in the side and the back is what they're doing. So that's why we came up with a suggestion of doing this.
In this, maybe I'm skipping ahead, in this presentation, you have different types of fencing?
Yes.
Which one is the chain link? Is that the 6-foot fence?
So the chain link is going to be 6 foot and 4 foot in some areas, and there's also this option of decorative fencing in there that could be included, but we priced out mostly what is going to be the chain link, which you don't see on here, is with the bottom rail. Also, an important feature of that is it not only maintains its integrity, but it also doesn't allow people to go under.
Okay.
As Rich was saying, a lot of schools, he's spoken to people on the law enforcement side and the security side, and I've spoken to different vendors who do this, and this seems to really be what a lot of schools do to provide security, is chain link, gates, fencing, and up top you see a barrier gate. That is more for like a driveway. You're not fencing. The high school circle would be an example of that.
So we put this one in the front of the schools first?
Yeah, you can back up.
I mean, this is, when we think security, this is really just more of keeping the kids in. I mean, like in the beginning, you mentioned cars, like this isn't keeping cars off of our property. Let's just,
It's not keeping,
No,
it's
but
slow
Anthony,
moving,
I
someone
mentioned-
had a medical event, possibly. It's keeping the kids from running into the parking lots and the street, it's more that. It does have a security element to it, especially the 6-foot fencing. 4-foot is basic security, obviously. There isn't, it is another barrier. Obviously, nothing is going to stop everything, but there is a security element to it. But it also keeps the kids from running into the parking lots, into the street, into the woods.
I think on the question, if somebody wanted to take the truck and ran through, of course they could. But the casual user, somebody wants to go on and use the dirt bike or their trike or drive their truck on them, that would prevent that. But otherwise, they're crashing through, doing damage to
do
the
have
car.
a fence right now at Goose Hill, like when you're looking at Goose Hill to the left.
All the way
right?
to the left, there's a fence right in the front.
Yeah.
That was put in during COVID. Students were using that outside learning area.
It looks like this.
It looks just like that, and we were afraid that they could dart. I mean, the 4, 5, and 6-year-olds, so we put a fence there to protect them. All right, if someone wanted to drive their truck, they absolutely could, but they would do a tremendous amount of damage to the car. There's a pipe at the top, a pipe at the bottom, 6-foot length, there's a pipe there. They're doing damage to their vehicle, they're looking to ram through. You're gonna come home and you do your car.
I just, like you said, something interesting though, so you're saying it's better to keep it so you can keep the fence you can see through, because I see a lot of districts have the chain link with the netting, so you can't see in. That is not suggested.
It is not through SEPTED, not the industry standard. It's called natural surveillance, you want law enforcement to see in.
Yeah.
You want to be able to see out. That's the suggestion would be not to
Yeah,
make
makes
it
sense.
solid.
And with the fences that have the green slats in it, maybe this is a dumb question, do they come with those green slats, or is that something that you could, if we wanted to make it, so that you could not see through this fence at some point, could we go back and install those slats, or do the
That can be
fences
added.
come with them?
No, that can be added.
That can be added.
They're woven through the fabric of the fence, they just.
Right, someone has to do that, you don't buy it like that.
No, that's installed, yeah, that's what they did. What's that?
Yeah.
Community service.
Community service.
So you had the slatted and the estate fencing, which would be which? Where would it be used?
That is in there actually. There you go. There you go. The estate fencing on the bottom right, that was in there for probably very small sections as an option, but just to show the different styles, but it really is the chain link in both sizes that's going to be the predominant fence.
You said you're putting this in the front of the schools, right? The estate one?
I can't.
The estate one goes in the front, you said, of the schools.
No, the chain link was going, there was only a question of a gate with the estate fencing at west side, but I'm pretty confident that the chain link fence is going to be the option there.
Anthony, I believe you said the estate fencing was 2.5 times the cost of the chain link. Am I correct? That's what you told me today?
As far as pricing, yeah, it's 2.5 times the cost of chain link, regardless of what option we go with chain link.
So it was something maybe in the front if we wanted to do that. Can you show west side? Because west side is a little bit different. We're also looking to cordon off that, I guess, the drop-off circle, not where the buses go, because kids play in there, particularly when it's rainy or rains when they're not on the field, so that would be completely blocked off. So right now we use cones preventing cars from driving there. There would be a gate system there preventing any cars from driving on there when kids are using that as a play area.
Yeah, I think that would be very useful to have a strong fence there.
Yeah.
That link fence, what were we talking for height there? Was that 4 feet or?
For west side?
I'm confused where different fencing's going. I just saw that chain link, they're asking if they could put the slats in, like where would that be used and how tall would it be?
Are we talking about wood slats?
No, you're not gonna use the slats anyway, 'cause you want to see through it.
So 4-foot fencing is gonna go in front areas of the building. The sides and the perimeters that are, I guess, you would say, bordering our neighbors, the recommendation there is 6 feet.
Of the slat, of the, not slat, of the...
Chain link.
Because kids love to climb those, so, you know, they're perfect for their feet, and up they go, and it's another toy. So, I mean, I just want to make sure I want to make sure I understand the logic behind fencing it. I mean, it's a big number. What are we looking at? $226,000, was it?
That's correct. That's yes.
Right around, yeah.
And we don't have fencing in this proposal for the high school because that would be cost prohibitive, is that why?
That we would need to look at, it's a tremendous amount. We didn't have time to do that. And there's a lot more to discuss when they're looking at the junior, senior high school with athletics and the space. We could definitely take a look at it with a walkthrough tomorrow at the junior, senior high school, look at some of the fencing there. But it's definitely a different animal as to how it operates, as opposed to buildings where Goose Hill, 4, 5, 6-year-olds, Boyd Harbor West Side, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12-year-olds. So it's a very different setup necessary.
If you could pull up the high school one.
I have that here.
Hmm?
Okay, that's up here.
Do you think the gates at the circle are really necessary? Wouldn't they be open a lot of the time? And I can't imagine the 2 gates just sitting in the middle of nowhere would be aesthetically pleasing.
Yeah, they would usually be open. I mean, I don't know if you want to weigh in a little bit more on the security part of it, but for us, the conversations coming up is that we should have the capability of closing that off if we wanted to. So most of the times they would be open, and they would be open to the grass side. They would just be pinned up against a post or just held open, but it would give us the option if there was an event, if there was something going on that we felt that we truly need to restrict that access.
I think that might be particularly during lunch periods when kids are playing during that time period. The gate gets closed, and if somebody comes in, it's really preventing them from driving around when kids are there. And also parking there during that time too, that could be an issue. So it's to close up and prevent passage of cars and trucks in that loop.
Do we have any other questions, or do you want to move on to the budget?
When do we have to vote on fencing? Is that tonight or?
They're all in the budget component.
The fencing, you might recall that you're going to consider a resolution at your last meeting that would declare it an ordinary contingent expense, and that would be with this year's money for the fencing.
At the next meeting.
April 22nd's meeting.
Okay, I think you said last meeting, that's what it was.
Oh, sorry,
That's
I'm
okay.
sorry.
And that comes out of the capital surplus?
You will be doing that work with the 24-25 budgetary appropriation. You'll approve
No,
trans,
but not capital. It's extra money in the budget from this year.
not capital, the asset of the work will be capitalized because it is required to be capitalized as a capital improvement to the district. And you will then also approve a transfer of the money to the appropriate codes so that we can effectuate and do the work.
But you saying that would be money from this year's budget?
Correct.
Gotcha.
And that's also true for the county.
And the knock as well?
And the knock you will consider tonight, when we talk about the budget, that's next year's money.
Gotcha.
Okay?
All right. So don't go anywhere. Just, you know, next. Oh, okay.
Mr. Clement, the plantings near the signs look very nice, the boxwood and the impatiens and everything. So, thank you.
And the signs of the high school?
Yeah.
I think that's the PTG.
Oh, did they pay for that?
They take care of that at PTG.
Well, thank you.
Yes, they do a wonderful job.
Amazing.
Thank you.
I think Linda Gerber had a lot to do with that.
So,
Oh, all right, well, still,
It's very nice.
thank you anyway.
We ready?
They do it every year. That's so good.
I'm still learning.
all right.
We're ready. Okay, great. Okay, here we are, everyone. Budget development, we're on our April 8th meeting. We're going to start out with an update on the state budget. We may know that the state budget was due April 1st. That did not occur in Albany. Here's just some status of where we are. They did not pass the budget. Indicators are that the budget may not even pass before the board has to adopt the budget, which is by April 22nd. But additional indicators are that school aid is really not one of the items that's holding up the state budget. There are a couple items holding it up. MTA, evidence being brought into the court system, and while they are discussing the cell phone ban, it does not seem to be controversial as opposed to the other items that are holding up the budget. And school aid does not appear to be changing. So we are proceeding forward with our budget with the governor's proposal for school aid. We left our last meeting showing that our current proposed budget is $82,319,062. It's a $1.6 million increase over the prior budget. And we talked about the components of that change. You might remember this from last meeting. But on the left-hand side is where we talked about additions to the budget, programmatic and other additions. So the next slide actually summarizes the left-hand part of the slide. It's the top half of that. The same $1,709,000 is what was on the prior slide. Those are the programmatic additions. And on the bottom here, you'll see highlighted in green, it's $382,361. Those are conversations that we had at the last meeting. And the board asked us to go back, look at these items, and to come forward, and we would consider them tonight, and we would have a discussion. So when we speak about these items and we make decisions, this will determine our final expenditure numbers, for the budget that we ultimately will adopt on April 22nd. And then after we decide on our final expenditures, we will discuss our revenue, which includes both our tax levy and our appropriated fund balance. But here, we will stay on this slide and go over each of the programs that we began to speak about last meeting and have conversations about them. And we'll start at the top. We'll start at the ICT program expansion. We currently have a part-time model. The recommended model is to transition to a full-time model in grades 1 to 6. I'm going to move to the next slide just to talk a little bit about that one line item. This is a summary of that. I'm going to ask Dr. Shim just to come up in case her expertise is needed. But you'll see on the left is our current model. That's the part-time model. In the center, we did offer the board, there was a conversation at our last meeting about something other than the full-time model, and we presented the hybrid model here. And on the right-hand side is the full-time model that is being recommended. And you see the related full-time equivalent staff implications, and then the increased cost estimates to the 25-26 budget summarized below. I guess we'll wait on here to see if we have any questions. And I'm actually going to go to the next slide after we talk about the money piece. And this is the slide that Dr. Schimpf had prepared in her presentation that she didn't get to make formally, but here is that slide from this, which really talks about the current model on the left, the proposed model on the right, some of the benefits of a full-time model, and some of our estimated student counts in our ICT program. I'm going to open it up to questions, and Dr. Schimpf's here.
We go line by line, we can discuss each thing. Yeah, I was just wondering if you wanted to just run through the whole presentation and then we'll start off on special ed and go one by one.
Yeah, so we'll go through each line items here. So the first line item is the expansion of the ICT program to a full-time model. The next is the additional ICT program needs at the high school. That's 0.9 FTE, and there are the costs. The next line item is our continued class size reduction efforts at our elementary level. It would be an additional West Side second grade, anticipated to be an additional West Side second grade class and an additional Lloyd Walker fifth grade class. Those are 2 FTEs. There has been increased interest from our students at the high school level for occupational education programs. That represents the additional cost for students interested in those programs.
Those are going to BOCES, right?
BOCES and, yes, BOCES programs, tech programs at BOCES. The next line item is a CSE chair. That is an additional FTE for a Committee on Special Education chair. Dr. Schimpf spoke about it last meeting and can speak about it in more detail. Also includes the next line item, a math coach. Oh, that's an additional 1.0 FTE. We spoke about that in detail also last meeting, related to our literacy coach and the improvements we were seeing with our literacy coach. Next line item is a contingency for our Lloyd Harbor ICT program. We have 1 grade level, I believe it to be 6th grade. Yes, it is 6th grade, it's noted there. The numbers are very close, and we might have to break that class for an additional ICT class at Lloyd Harbor. Following that, we have a high school reduction in class sizes, 1.0 FTE. We have a reduction in our math 7-8 class sizes, a 1.0 FTE there request. We have a request for a purchasing agent. Currently, the district does not have a dedicated staff member to purchasing for the district, and that's the request there. And then we continue down below here. So those items, we've seen those on prior presentations, and then after our last meeting, we had additional items the board asked us to look at. Those include, we'll start at the bottom. It's since our last meeting, we have become aware of potential leave of absences in the district. Those are an additional cost to the district, and this is an anticipated cost for leave of absences. The board asked us to look at field trips, those where parents and families paid. And we identified the 6 trips that are in front of you on this page as trips where families are paying. This actually encompasses all of, this is all of the field trips in the district. These are the 6 where they pay, and there's an instructional component. And if the board decided to support field trips like this, all field trips in the district would be supported, and there's 6 there. Additionally, at our last meeting, Mr. Bongino spoke, and we spoke about storage needs in the athletic department. So we have recognized that we're going to need a storage unit. This is an estimate of a cost for a storage unit. The exact type, what we are actually going to get is to be determined, but this should be enough to cover a storage unit for athletics. You heard a presentation tonight about the NOC and hooking the NOC up to the generator that exists for our science wing addition. These are the costs for that. This $50,000, we're asking you to consider that so we can hook up the NOC to the generator. And last is, this is an ask for additional administration monies so that the board and the district can consider future staffing needs that may occur. We have to, that we can address some of those needs, and this allows us to be able to address those in the future.
Maybe go through the whole thing and then
The whole presentation, or do you want to ask
Would that
questions
be
about these
helpful?
things?
And do you guys want to go line by line through the additions, proposed additions, and we can kind of poll everybody to see where they are and give you the opportunity to ask questions? Or would you find it more helpful for Christine to run through the whole presentation and then go back and do that?
Had it only taken a minute to round out the whole
That's what I was
conversation.
thinking. I think, yeah.
I think
one,
looking at
two,
it as a
two.
whole is,
Yep, that's what I was thinking.
Bill, what did you, I didn't finish what you said.
Just what you were saying.
Heather was asking if we should do it now individually or go through the whole thing. I think looking at it holistically.
Yes.
Okay, so I'm going to go quickly through the next 2 slides because they're input there to speak about the ICT full-time model, and we'll come back to those. So when we decide, when we decide our final expenditure number for the district, which will be, so we will decide on this $82,319,000 tonight and through our next meeting when we adopt what our final expenditure budget will be. And when we do, ultimately we'll be making decisions on some of these additional programmatic changes. And then when we do that, we now are going to compare that to, I'm actually going to move past this slide and go back to that slide. We're going to actually, if the board was to approve all of the items on that slide that you're going to talk about tonight, your expenditures would be $82,701,423. You see that line item there. If the board makes that decision, we currently have identified revenues of $80,739,000. We see a difference down below, and at this point, after we decide expenditures, we're going to decide how we're going to fund and balance our budget. We're going to decide on the levy. You see up on top, this is an example of a 0% levy. And then you see up on the left-hand side, the designated fund balance line would change if the board decided to go with a 0 levy and an $82,701,000 of expenditures. We would need to make the decision to designate additional fund balance. The addition would be that $1,962,000 down below, and it would change our designated fund balance from $1 million to $3,162,000. And each of the slides after this are different variations of the levy, so the board can see that more easily. So again, if we decided on all the expenditures that we're considering tonight, and we decided on a 1% levy, you see how the difference changes. It changes from 1.9 to 1.2, and the board would be making a decision potentially to go forward with a 1% levy and to appropriate additional fund balance for next year's budget. And each of these are a function of those different scenarios. This is a 1.5% levy increase. This is a 1.65% levy increase, 1.75, and we end 1.99, and we end at our maximum allowable levy. That's the maximum allowable levy that we need a simple majority vote of our public of 2.23. And you notice there that if the board was to consider the additional things we spoke about at our last meeting, you notice that there's a difference here of $382,000. The board would potentially have to consider designating additional fund balance there. So once we decide the expenditure number, it could change on this page if it's not all the items that you're considering. But once it changes, it's basically the next step for the board would be decide the levy and how much fund balance you'd like to designate.
So can I ask you a question? So all the wish lists, you're saying even at the max tax increase, we would have to designate extra fund balance in addition to the 1.2?
Based on our last meeting, correct.
And designating a fund balance equates to spending savings that we have in special accounts, right? The money that's been set aside? Or maybe you explain it.
Yeah, designating additional fund balance is committing monies that you are, we've termed them in the past operational surpluses, to the following year's budget to support it as a revenue source going forward. So you're basically identifying that and saying, I'm going to support the budget, I'm going to give it back to the taxpayers, and I'm going to use it by designating additional fund balance.
Right, so when we have $3 million left at the end of a year, we vote to say how much of that $3 million goes into each of the different funds. Is that correct?
The first thing you'll decide is how much you're going to designate for the following year's budget.
Right.
And then there will be presumably additional exit, and then you will make a decision, I want to put it in the following places.
Got it.
Okay.
So
Go ahead, please.
my question was going to be, based on these total expenditures, is there, you gave us several options, is there one of these that you would recommend to us to support this increased programming, and why? Why would you recommend? Why would you?
The first question I would ask is, are we supporting all the growth in expenditures that we have in front of us here on this slide? So that would be our first, decision. Many of the items on this page are expenses into the future. They're people, they're staffing, and they're things we have to support. So I would say, once we say how much our expenditure number is going to be, then we can talk about recommendations on what a levy, would be. I think that we would be, fair to say that at 2.23, we don't have to be the 2.23, and we don't have to be at the 0, but a lot of it would depend on what the board decides their final expenditure number is going to be.
If we want to do everything, like as it's calculated now, what would your recommendation be?
My recommendation should be that it should at least be as close to what you levied last year.
So is
1, 2, 3, that's the highest.
That's the most we can
And
levy
last
without a
year we did-
supermajority.
And last year we did,
162. That was our maximum allowable levy last year.
it was, right?
That was, remember we,
But we stayed under the maximum.
you came in at the maximum last year.
I don't think so.
Yeah,
Yeah.
you did.
You did, you did.
Wait, there was, what
You
you're
know why-
remembering is there were two different tax cap scenarios. One was higher, and we chose to use
When
money.
did
Okay.
That
when the
changed the
decision-
cap.
What happened there was the decision was made to not do the security booth.
Security booths,
And
right.
when that happened, it changed your maximum allowable levy
Okay, that's
from
right.
2 something down to 162, and that's really what happened.
So Ms. Costa, how much money do we have in the rainy day fund? What's that number?
So you have in your reserves and fund balance, this is where you stand as of our last audited financial statements.
1.2?
No, so these are the top items. Anything with a description that says restricted are known as reserves for specific purposes. And then we get down into the item that's highlighted
yeah.
is your designated fund balance. And then you have assigned fund balance is basically commitments you made. So for instance, if we purchase items at the end of this year and we have not yet expended that money because we're purchasing it towards the end of May and June, we have to actually appropriate. That's what the $506,000 represents. We literally have to hold up on some of our money because we already have committed that for
Right.
future.
So you pulled forward 506,000 so far.
That's last year's. We don't know that number for this coming year.
But what was the list? I want to come back to, what's the list of things you pulled forward?
That was about $155,000 in equipment costs that were in the 25-26 budget that we could buy with 24-25 funds because we had
Okay.
available funding to do that.
So it's a small amount. So capital is not to be used for the page we were just on.
Correct.
What can be used for the page we were just on? I'm trying to get a sense for the whole reserve.
Sure. So you can use your EBLAR reserve, your ERS reserve, your TRS reserve, workers' comp, and unemployment. Anything that you're seeing in front of you other than your capital are general fund type reserves.
The top line can you use?
Yeah, that is used when staff exit the district. It can be used to pay for vacation and sick day payouts for staff.
So to pay for those expenses that were additional, the ICT programs, et cetera, the possibly funding the additional outside school educational opportunities, that can come. The money that can be used to pay for that is ERS, TRS, and
You can use these reserves for the specific purpose with which they're reserved. I'll give you an example. The ERS reserve. We have an expense in our budget approximately $1 million a year to pay the employees' retirement system. You can use $1 million of your ERS reserve to marry that expense with a revenue source. Let's call this a revenue source. You can marry those two together, and that's the only thing you can use an ERS reserve for is to support that.
So help me out, what's the number we can use from our reserves to pay for the proposals on new additions?
The number that's highlighted in red, you would decide how much you want to designate a fund balance, and that's really what you're deciding. So at the end of the year, if we closed our books and there was a $3 million surplus, okay? You would say, we would sit and we would say, where do you want to put that $3 million surplus? But at first, the board made the decision, I want to use $1 million of it for next year's budget. That $1.2 million that you're seeing on the page would go to $2.2 million. And then you would have $2 million in reserves or in surplus where you would decide what you want to do with it. Let's say you decided to put it in the capital reserve. You would decide to put it in the capital reserve. And that's really what happens when the book closing process happens at the end of the year.
So what's the answer to how much money can be used to pay on that sheet that has the ICT, math coach, et cetera, plus the school trips and whatnot? How much on this page can be used to pay for those expenses?
$1.2 million plus whatever you decide to appropriate in addition to that.
So we can pull 1.2 million, and then the rest has to come from an increase in taxes, you're saying?
Or another revenue source.
Where's the other revenue?
The other revenue sources are the,
Or what?
although those, see the top 5 sources over there? It's your levy, it's your state aid, other funding sources, your reserves, and your designated fund balance. Those are your choices. And so basically, since state aid is kind of set by the state right now, and we haven't heard of any changes to it, we're going with the governor's proposal. So other than deciding how much additional fund balance you want to designate, your other decision would be what's your levy amount. They move in tandem with each other. So if you designate an additional fund balance to be at a 0% levy, you'd have to decide, okay, I'm going to put $1.9 million additional into designated fund balance. But if you wanted to do a 1% levy of your taxpayers, you would only have to designate an additional $1.2 million of fund balance, and it continues down through that process. They have an inverse relationship. As the levy goes up, the amount of money you would consider designating goes down.
So we don't have enough in reserves to fund those without raising taxes.
You can only use them for the designated purpose for which they were set up.
That's what I was trying to figure out. All right, thank you.
You're welcome.
Does anyone else have any overall questions on this?
Is the designated fund balance repeating the budgeted item?
Once you designate the fund balance, let's go back to that slide. Once you designate the fund balance, in a future year, you are presumably having increasing expenditures at the rate of whatever rate they are increasing. Collective bargaining agreements just increases in costs. So you are presumably, without another source increasing like your levy or your state aid, you're presumably repeating that bill each year. So if you designate...
Let me ask it a different way. If you don't wind up at the end of the year with an excess, can you designate a fund balance? Or does it require an excess at the end of the year?
Okay, so I'm gonna rest on this slide.
Okay.
Just to show you. So if you do not, in your exact question, if you do not have a surplus 1 year, and you begin using, we'll call it using your reserves, spending them down. So let's say we use $1 million of our ERS reserve in building our budget, which we do currently. You would now be declining that $3.3 million reserve by $1 million because you are not generating a surplus anymore. And that goes down to $2.3 million. And you could use that source for a couple of years, given the fact that the ERS expenditure is about $1 million a year. And then when you get, let's argue to your 4th year, where you have no more of $3 million left, you basically have $1 million line item in your budget with no revenue source to support it.
Right. But I was interested in the 1.2 million.
The 1.2 is similarly, so you would just start declining your reserve balances that we're using, and you would also, to maintain your designated fund balance. At one point, the one point you're going to reach a point where you don't have enough for either. You know, long range down the road years from now. So if you are operating at a deficit, you're declining your reserve balances and getting into a position where you may not be able to designate fund balance into the future. All of those could be happening in tandem as we make those decisions on where the deficit would really be reducing those balances.
I'm not understanding, because the reserves, the restricted reserves, are a savings. They're money we've set aside from prior year excesses, and I understand they're restricted. I just don't understand where the designated fund balance comes from. Is it like a savings account that we have set aside from prior years?
Yes, it's where the money goes. It's when you end your surplus.
Yep.
The first thing that you do with any surplus is make sure you can make your designated fund balance. That's what you're giving to your taxpayers the next year. Take it right off the top.
Right, but if we don't, so just answer this question. If we don't have an excess this year, we cannot give anything next year into the budget and the designated fund balance.
I'm not going to, no, I don't agree with that. What I would say is your reserve balances would begin to decline permanently.
But I don't, I'm missing the connection between the designated fund balance and
And the reserves.
the reserves. The
Okay, if
restricted.
you look at this line,
Yeah.
do you notice above the designated fund balance line is a reserve line? We also have in here a revenue source as our reserves.
Right,
Underneath,
that's where you're reducing the retiree one or the, yeah.
but if we're operating at a surplus, and technically, we're not reducing that right now until when we start operating at a deficit, in your exact question, we're going to make the decision, you see here that the reserves are a revenue source for the district. So if we operated at a deficit, we would start declining these permanent balances that are out here. They would no longer just be a savings account, they'd be declining in their balances. And we can continue, and go back and forth, we can continue that line item, the $2.4 million line item, for as long as you have money in these reserves. But as you operate at a deficit, these balances here begin to decline. And you could eventually get to a year where you do not have enough money to have this be a revenue source in your budget development process. So it's both reserves and designated fund balance are revenue sources in our budget building process.
So you said many times we build a cushion in each line item as is the best practice. Where does that cushion show up on this page?
You won't see it on this page.
Okay, so we're building a cushion in, which is money we're not spending. It has to be accrued somewhere.
It happens through, well, if you also notice here, there's a relationship financially and accounting-wise. Do you notice that the reserves and the fund balance add up to about $3.6 million?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, you notice that because they're a revenue source, but we're operating a surplus, so there's a relationship between some excesses in the budget and that we're not declining in our designated fund balance and reserves. They're related. So basically, at the end of the year, we don't hire someone on time, we don't use as many subs, something doesn't happen.
Right.
We end the year and we say, we're great, we're in a surplus.
Correct.
We didn't decline any of these savings accounts that we have. We didn't permanently deplete them.
Where does that money get logged?
Right here. That is the logging of your money at the end of every year. In those, you make decisions as a board. When we end the year at a surplus, you make decisions on the board how that changes. There's resolutions that you guys are passing and that we speak to that says, we believe we might be here in a surplus. If we get here, do you want to put money in your capital reserve? Do you want to put money here? And that is a decision you make when you have a potential surplus in your operations. If you have a deficit in your operations, you're not making those decisions as to where to put the money because there would be no money at the end of the year to make a decision on.
So where's the payout of the large amount? What lines did that come out of?
I'm not understanding
The
the question.
CBA?
Okay, the CBA, well, it was only paid out of one line item. It was settlements and judgments and claims line item. But that money, if you actually see, the decrease in our fund balance was $8 million from year over year. On the third column, it says increase and decrease. That $8 million represents the payout of the CBA claims. Okay, we ran $14 million through our books and records last year to pay those claims. And so what happened was, if you notice, we liquidated our capital reserve. If you notice in the very last line, we had decided as a board to literally increase our unassigned fund balance in anticipation of these settlements that we knew were coming. So the $14 million was run through our books and records with the funding sources being the capital reserve, unassigned fund balance, and the liability reserve. Those three components were what paid for the CBA settlement.
So you could just mark money as unassigned and then spend it as you wish?
No, you can't, but we made a decision back when we were funding the CBA claims to go over that line item at the bottom, unassigned fund balance. It's restricted by law to be no more than 4% of your ensuing year's budget. We made a decision to go over that, disclose that in a footnote in our financial statements, which our financial statements are as of June 30th, because as of September, we would have paid out that $14 million, and we disclosed to the public that we made a decision that our 3 funding sources were that, and we went over the legally allowed 4% limit as a construct of a payment plan.
And how are you permitted to use a capital fund to pay that?
It was the only reserve legally by law, because they're all governed by general municipal law or education law. Every reserve that's allowable for schools is governed by either general municipal law or education law. And that was the only reserve that the voters could decide that there were no projects that were pending, and there were no projects on capital reserve. I believe it was 3 that we liquidated, and that was $7 million, and they went to the, they came to the polls in November and voted to liquidate that reserve as part of the spending plan because there were no identified projects.
Okay, so bottom line, if we want to do the proposals with the ads from that page and changes to the budget, the tax levy would have to go up. Well, you said if we keep the tax levy the same, it's about 1.65%, and we're still at a deficit, right? So, no?
You would make it this, if you were, I came to this slide on purpose, if you decided to do a 165 levy and all of the additional program requests that we're considering tonight, you would say, okay, we're also going to appropriate and designate additional fund balance for next year's budget. And instead of it being 1.2 million, it would be 1,995,000.
So where does that additional $795,000 come from? What fund?
It's going to come from your operating surplus at the end of this year. You're going to decide, so we're going to end our year. We spoke about that we're estimated to end our year anywhere from, when we last presented, we thought $3.5 million. Between $2.5 and $4 million when we end the year. You're going to decide to take some of that, let's argue on this slide, $800,000, and give it to the taxpayers through additional appropriation of fund balance.
Okay, got it.
Right, but that's what I was trying to get to. It's important that that is not a repeating item. Next year, we do not guarantee that we'll have excess to throw another 800,000 or 2 million into.
We would do the
So
same.
if we're going to approve like long-term positions that are dependent on upping the designated fund balance, we need to know that we're always going to have that surplus. Otherwise, we're going to eventually fall short.
That is true.
Okay.
But by next April, we would know what our surplus was going to be. We'd have some sort of idea of what we could assign to the designated fund balance.
We would know.
Right, but the difference is if you take on a bunch of positions, we don't want to hire people and then say, oh, we ran out of money.
Oh.
If we pay for class trips next year, that's fine because we know we have the money to designate. But if we say we're going to pay for them for the next 10 years, we don't know that we'll have the money. That's all.
Right, class trips are one-time, 1 year forward. People are hired. We made a commitment, like,
yeah, you
we're
don't
not doing
want to hire
with
people and then go, just
Italian. We're not going to do the Italian program on them. So the the levy, not saying anything, the levy's not high enough then and the question is, does the board want to take the levy up or does it want to cut the ads? Is that?
That's really, yeah. Many districts who are not in our position that we are in, if you follow the news and you're reading, they're only in this line that says total expenditures. They have nowhere else to go. They may be in a community that they cannot propose anything that's over their maximum allowable levy. Their budget wouldn't pass. They know their state aid. They don't have access to reserves or any other sources of fund balance. So they're resting all their conversations on the total expenditure line. That's how they would balance their budget. They would say, let's look at all these expenditures, whatever they are, what programs we offer. If that's your only place to go when you get into a certain place financially, that's where they are. That's where they're closing buildings.
Did I hear you right? You said we're going to end with about a $3 million surplus this year?
The last estimate was $3.5 million.
Right.
We are in a range of 2.5 to 4. I say that because we're considering fences, we're considering cameras, we're considering lots of things since all those conversations.
But that page had, what, $2 million increase on it, which is below. So
$2,071,000.
Yeah, so
Oh, no, you.
Why isn't the surplus being able to use? Why can't you do that with no tax levy? You can't apply? You're saying the entire surplus forward?
You can make that, you could make you can make that decision. You can make a decision if you wanted to be at a 0% levy to appropriate an additional $1,962,000. But to Bill's point, it's something you have to be able to perpetuate into the future. You have to replicate it all the time. Or, in the future.
Or they just have to be one-year expenses.
Right. One-year expenses, but faculty, you can't really operate like that.
Right.
But just so you know that even like replicating anything in some of these are projections into the future, like we could see it change. We saw it last year, a threatened change to state aid. So if state aid last year was a threatened change of $600,000 that didn't happen, if that, let's project forward past 25, 26 that we're working on. If there was a change of $1 million in state aid, that's a real change, a real reduction in revenue, and we would have to discuss, could we even designate for fund balance? How long could we do that? What do our reserves look like? When you lose a permanent source of revenue funding, you have to have a conversation of how to support your ongoing expenditures.
So this budget, 82 million, 7?
With all the asks, yes.
That's with all the asks?
That's with all the asks.
And you have another 3 million projected surplus embedded in that?
No.
You don't?
Do not.
First year, we're not doing the rainy day fund, or?
The budget, obviously to add a lot of ads, we had to, and we talked about in prior meetings, we reduced contingencies in different accounts that are out there for buses and for health insurance and other areas where we have contingencies, we have reduced those.
So this will be the first budget without, well, how much contingency? You must have baked some in there.
Every line item in the budget is an estimate of what may happen from when it starts, like we start now, and by the time we finish, it's 18 months from now. So each line item is an estimate of what may happen. Like from our last meeting to today, we had some notifications of known leaves of absences that we had to address. There'll be some we don't know about.
Of the 87.2, how much of that is a safety cushion?
There is, I would have to go line by line to let you know exactly what those, I didn't bring exactly what.
It used to be what, like everything was increased on the line by 5% or 3%?
Oh, no, that's not, we roll over staff exactly to collective bargaining commitments. If we don't have a collective bargaining commitment, we make a decision. We made a decision as a board and administration, what we were going to do for contracts that weren't settled. And then for other line items, we literally build them from the ground up. What do we need? What were actuals? What do we anticipate next year? There might be additional needs. So we don't necessarily roll things over just blanketly like that.
Okay.
Regarding the state aid, and it says it excludes pre-K.
Yes.
I'm changing gears. Okay? So our budget though, so the state aid we would get for pre-K is $5,400 a student. We have 36 students doing pre-K, universal pre-K, so that's about $194,000, right? So the state aid doesn't include that, but does our operating costs include what it costs us for UPK?
So the reason it says it excludes UPK, pre-K, is because it's required to be recorded and tracked in your special aid fund. It's not a general fund item. So if someone, you as a board or any community member, was taking our state aid run that's published in the newspaper and said, wait a minute, I don't see $4,503,000. That's because the state includes the pre-K numbers in that line item. Arguably they shouldn't. The state aid run should be general fund type operations. So it doesn't include pre-K. That's only because the money is recorded in a different fund.
Oh, so it's not like we're missing $200,000 of revenue somewhere.
But what happens is we do have the situation where the $5,400 per student, our partnership with the Y is more than $5,400 per student. I think it's $300 more per student, and that is a cost to the district of about $14,000 a year. That money is in the general fund and gets moved to the special aid fund. And to support all the money that we're already getting from the state for the $5,400 per student. We contribute $300 a student.
Okay.
As a district.
But the money we're given from the state to cover 400, that's incorporated. You have it.
It's not in the
somewhere.
general fund budget, but we have that accounted for as a district to handle the UPK program.
All right, so moving us forward, on page 6, we listed the ICT programs, math coach, et cetera. Those are all headcount, correct?
Correct.
So 1.7 million is headcount. And then the additional 382 or so is either purchases like the cameras and the fences, well, not the fences, but the knock air conditioning, or we're funding some of the trips, right?
Correct.
So, all right.
The only thing on the top half, Bill, that is not a staff person is the additional interest in the occupational education programs for our students.
Oh, okay.
But presumably when they sign up for a program 1 year, let's say it's a 10th grader, it is safe to assume that they would probably continue that program.
All right, so I was just pointing that out because as we think about this, 1.7 is repeating roughly. The rest we can think about separately.
And the trips don't necessarily have to be funded at 100%. That's something open for discussion, but I guess the 1.7, we're definitely making a commitment to for years to come.
That is correct.
So let's start by taking a look at the big one, the ICT program expansion. So it's being proposed, and I think what's being included in the budget right now is the full-time model, which is 489, but we're also being presented with 2 other options, the current and the hybrid. So does anyone have any questions for Christine or maybe questions about this or comments?
I think we had talked about that, the full-time, having the co-teacher in the room isn't just for instruction time. Kate had mentioned, it's all those other things, the packing up. I mean, you still have 49% of the class has IEPs, whether there's 2 teachers in there or 1. So, having a constant co-teacher.
Right, it's not just about academics, it's about
Right,
executive
exactly.
functioning and routines and, kids who need physical, modifications. But I just wanted to kind of piggyback on what you were saying, Heather, in your opening remarks, that we did not have this ICT program before this board, and I was told it was almost impossible. A few years ago, before I was on the board, I was told this would never happen. We don't have enough kids. It's such a huge undertaking. It could never happen that quickly. I mean, I was given a lot of pushback. So last year when it was rolled out part-time, my number 1 question is, why are we doing this part-time? I wanted it full-time. But I took what I could get, and I'm so happy we did it because in the end, I think it worked out. It was a nice way to pilot it and see how the parents felt about it, how the teachers felt about it. And we've received so many emails, even from parents who weren't sure about it in the beginning, how much they have, enjoyed it this year and how their kids have been so, successful in the program. So I am a big proponent of putting it full-time. I know we've been getting a lot of emails. We hear you. I can just speak for myself. I can't speak for the board, but I am proud of this board for putting this through. And thank you, Nicole, for happening overnight. I feel like you did this, and thank you for that. I know it is a big undertaking, but I personally got to experience it this year, and it's been wonderful, so thank you.
I'd just like to take a deeper look at the hybrid ICT model because we haven't really, discussed what it entails yet. We haven't really gotten a chance. That is part-time for second to third, but there's also a TA, which is what we have now, but then we'd be expanding to full-time for grades 4 through 6. So if you want to tell us a little more about that option.
I know at our previous board meeting, discussion took place about options. So when you look at the hybrid model, because I'm not a proponent of our current model right now, just based upon my program analysis and getting feedback from the community as well as the parents, just looking at the hybrid model is giving us an opportunity to do the full-time model for the upper elementary school levels, grade 4, 5, and 6, where you know the work rigor is increased, as well as 5th and 6th does have multiple teachers. 2nd and 3rd, even though I do feel strongly a full-time model would be the best, it is an option to consider if we're not able to if you see the difference, of course, between the hybrid model and the full-time model. So 2nd and 3rd grade will be split between a special education teacher and a teacher assistant. We've had significant struggles maintaining teacher assistants this year and recruiting them. And we have had concerns in regard to just the consistency of having 3 different adults working with the children, but it is a model for consideration for 2nd and 3rd grade. For West Side, the hybrid model and the full-time model and the part-time model all includes the expansion of the grades for 2nd and 6th, which would include a full cohort for West Side similar to Lloyd Harbor. And the amounts on the bottom of all the models does include Goose Hill expansion to 1st grade, and that model I feel strongly needs to be a full-time model at Goose Hill with a full-time aide connected to that model.
Okay. So my follow-up question would be, do you need less TAs even with expanding it to more grades with the hybrid model? Do you need less teachers assistants with that function than you do currently?
Right, so from the current model to the hybrid model, you'll see a slight reduction in each one of the schools in regard to the teacher assistants. If we maintain the current model that we have right now, I did include an increase of a teacher assistant because the part-time teacher assistant between West Side and Lloyd Harbor did not work. It was not effective. So that's the reason you see that increase of a 1.5 at West Side for a teacher assistant. If we were just keeping the same model as this year, there would be a 0.5 reduction for the hybrid model at West Side and a 1.5 reduction of a teacher assistant at the full-time model.
So it's actually cheaper, but just at West Side to the hybrid model from the part-time. It's actually less money, less of a cost.
I think also we don't have ICT currently at 2 grades at West Side. So that's part, so West Side doesn't have ICT at 2nd grade, it's 6th grade this current year. So it's a little hard to compare that exact way.
Yeah,
I think that's what you're seeing.
Yeah.
So we're adding something, whether it's a full or a part-time.
Gotcha.
Yeah.
And Heather, we struggled with assignments of the benefit costs because while you see the halves all around, when we hire, they may be fulls, and deciding where we place additional health costs was really a decision we were making that it was clunky a little bit of the time, but overall the costs are represented in each of the buildings. But there was, if you notice, a half here, a half there. In the end, it ended up being a full person. Which building got the cost for the benefits was a decision we had to make. But overall, the costs are represented.
Okay.
Question, I guess more to Mr. Monastero. So, and also Ms. Rez. I'm not, excuse me, got it wrong. Dr. Shen. So we're looking at we're looking at Goose Hill through 6th. Is that right?
Yes.
Yes, we're looking at grades 1 to 6th grade.
And we're spending, if we look at the wish list of what we just went through the numbers, we're spending almost all of our increase right there, 1.7, Goose Hill through 6th. What is secondary getting, or do they have everything they need? That's the question. Again, my comment last budget meeting was, are we looking at this in a holistic manner for the entire school to achieve board goals? And does this get us where we want? Does this take our ranking up? I'm not saying this is not great, because this is great. But, Mr. Dan Buskey and all of them, and when I asked what's on your wish list, he had great items to list. The cafeteria is probably more of a capital project, but that could certainly is updating. I think it's 25 years old in terms of the facilities there. And I just want to understand, because we just walked through the numbers, it seems like we are making a commitment that's potentially going to stretch our budget, reduce our surpluses, and we're focused on Goose Hill through 6th. Is that...
So we already have ICT at the junior, senior high school. We've had it for years. I can't, 15, it's been in many years. And we see here we see some additional ICT necessary. Again, that is determined by the child's IEPs, adding some additional here.
Yeah, I'm not asking just about ICT. I'm asking about the entire student body. Are we then where we want to be in all other areas of for school in terms of, like the electric, I forget the exact wording, car lab or a Shark Tank or other, maybe a program for our most gifted students to really challenge them, to push the envelope, so they feel when they walk through the doors, they're leaving here just as supported as any other student. So I'm just asking, are we looking at this in a broad sense, or are we putting a fire out? Is this a problem? I don't really know the answers to these questions.
So let me just address some of your questions, because you had multiple questions. One was in regard to what are we doing at the secondary level. One part of this 1.7 is an additional FTE, at least a 0.9, because we are seeing long-term that we are going to have more sections of students who are going to need classrooms that are regions bound, but require 2 teachers in order for them to be successful, in order for them to achieve those state exams. We do have a number of students with IEPs that may also be gifted and also are taking AP exams. So these students are part of the equation when we come to GPA, when we come to looking at our rankings. We have more and more students that have special needs within our district. I could share the numbers that have been growing. I am also seeing students at the preschool level that are coming in. So I know that the board has made a commitment in regard to advanced courses and really supporting all children. I just ask the board to have that same consideration when it comes to students who are struggling, who we have made a great commitment of inclusion. We don't want to have special classes. We don't want to spend an enormous amount of money to send children out of district because we don't have appropriate programs. The community is very big on keeping our children in general education classrooms, but we need to provide those wraparound supports so that all students can have that equal success. So that's the reason why ICT, and I know that was one of the reasons why I think it was a hard sell initially. It is a high expense and it's a long-term commitment. I thank the board for starting it last year. I do agree with Kate in the sense of full-time is the optimal model. When I look at neighboring districts such as Jericho or Syosset, they do all have full-time models, but we did feel the need to bring it in and pilot it this year, which if we did not have the success that we had this year, I may be proposing something different. So we really wanted to see, was it successful? Is it meeting our children's needs?
And a component here, and I was waiting till we get to the class size reduction at 2nd and 5th grade. Again, I don't have an exact crystal ball here as to what enrollment will be, but we're definitely seeing decreases at the elementary level with 92, 93, 94 and we're projected next year in kindergarten and first grade. As those roll through to the elementaries, and we know we have retirements coming from staff at that level, that we're very likelihood that will be through attrition, that someone retires, we do not need to replace them. So there will be savings on that, and it's just gonna make sense. It's going to happen. Exactly. Could 20 kids register for kindergarten tomorrow? Of course, but it doesn't seem to be the trend. I've seen the district from almost 190 in a grade to my first year where we graduated 76 and everything in between. And we have an exceptionally small 11th grade with, again, if it's 101 or 102 today. But we're seeing that at the elementary level. And those tend to be the trends that we're seeing across the island, other than in the very few school districts seeing smaller numbers. So I do think we'll realize some savings with staff that we may not need to replace them. It also maybe we need to access depending upon how many people retire or not. You hope not, but we'll see down the future that those things are probably coming.
So to that point, Joe, is there a drawback to, if we said, is there a drawback to doing like hybrid as a next step as opposed to full-time? Like, could you do that, or do we have to make a choice today between full-time and hybrid?
Where the choice comes in is we're just getting close to the deadline for submitting for the budget. So
No, I mean,
I'm sorry.
Long-term, let's say we ultimately wanted to end with a full-time ICT program model. Is there any drawback for the next school year to starting with the hybrid and then reconsidering the incremental resources to go full-time in a subsequent budget year?
I think the drawback would just be those students in 2 and 3 wouldn't have that full-time teacher in that class, as Lloyd Department West says, so they're missing out on the benefits of having a full-time teacher. So it's an instructional drawback.
It would be first grade too.
In first grade too, excuse me, right? First grade also. So that would be the drawback. This is the best model for the students that need those resources. So,
But can I just, again, in all model choices, hybrid and full, the first grade model is a full-time model.
First grade is
So it's just 2 and 3.
2 and 3.
And the difference,
that's the drawback.
and the difference in
Right.
cost is,
I just want to make sure we're good, Bill.
No, I meant drawback, like, does it prevent us going full-time the following year?
No, no, it does not. We can always go full-time.
I know we'd love to do all of this.
Sure.
I'm just trying to figure out if we can afford it, if not, what are the choices we have to make?
Right, so that might be, there may be times where we need to make decisions like that. We can't have full-time at all grade levels, and maybe we draw back. We could always do that. We can make reversals on many different, we could say class sizes are gonna change at the elementary level.
Well, it's just hard to take it away once we have
It is hard, you're right. In education, it's hard to take things away, just in general.
But can I ask a question? I know you're saying take away, but let's just say there's a year where third grade has maybe one kid, who has an IEP and he just needs speech. Let's just say something like that. Could that be a year that we say, second grade, we're not gonna have an ICT group?
That could, I think, in speech is a different, they don't need somebody in the class.
Okay, so, yeah, true, but, maybe we could say, okay, that year, I'm just curious, like, can we take it back, like, one grade?
Yes.
Or does it, okay.
Every year, we're looking at the needs of our children. So
Okay.
second and third grade right now, Lloyd Harbor has the lowest counts. But again, we are only about 60% having CSE meetings, so this is all pending on CSE recommendations. So this is, the course may actually be less depending on what those final recommendations are. But that is the reason why I put that extra proposal out there to the board in regard to consideration if you're not able to do the full-time model.
so the difference between the hybrid and the full-time model, it would be an increase of 16,000 about for the hybrid and about 200,000, a little more for the full-time.
177.
170, I'm counting, 177.
I did the math ahead.
Okay.
I didn't do that in my head at 11 o'clock.
I was really impressed. All right. Okay, and then I didn't see it, I'm not trying to skip ahead, but just because you brought it up, Mark was talking about ICT needs at the high school, which we already have it, but there is another 118,000 associated with that. I see that on page 6, but I didn't see it on page, where is it on page 4? Page before. What is it associated with? We referenced high school.
I think that's at the top where it says additional, it's the first one.
Got it. And that, so the high school expansion under hybrid and full-time does not change.
Yes, the high school's not an expansion, it's just additional needs at the high school level, that's always had a program.
Just as, okay, so that's consistent regardless of whether we do hybrid or not, that doesn't impact that.
And that's driven by the numbers we're seeing at the
Those are
center.
additional student needs.
To be in compliance.
Got it.
So can I just ask a question too? So if we're, I know you're looking at the numbers, so if we say that we don't, I'm just curious, the 7-8 reduction in class sizes for math, what are the, I mean, is it a large, why are we, is it a large number? It is?
There are a couple of things here. We were looking at, we had some math sizes, 27 and 28, especially in the early grades. And then as we added the additional classes at the junior high level, it's how the splits happen. So we're looking into it, and that's what we're.
But I mean, Bill, you did the math ahead of time, thanks for that. But so I'm taking that number that you just gave us and I'm looking at like the math coach. I mean, could that be an area where we say, you know what, instead of doing math coach, we're gonna do, you know, the full-time ICT? We can kind of play around with it.
That's exactly what we're here to do, to see where we want to
kind of,
fall, you know, and talk and ask questions about each of these and where we want to, you know, where we want to put the money and where maybe we don't want to.
And what's the difference between high school reduction in class sizes and math 7-8 reduction in class sizes? And that combined?
It was just specifically for math, and then that's what high school really should be across the board. It wasn't saying it was specifically for high school. It really is classes at the junior, senior high school. They're fine. It really use it as one number. I think it's just how we were talking about it. We broke it out that way during discussions.
What is the average class size in the high school? I mean, I'm a big proponent of the younger kids, but I do feel that as they get older, is it so bad to have a little bit bigger of a class?
No, and we have many in the 20s. Some of the things being a small school is their challenges, like when we have 31 or 32 looking for something, then we get a class size of 15, but what are you gonna do? We're gonna have 32. So you will see that at times, that average, you can see, wow, that's a small class size, but the option is we have 32 kids registering, there would be 16. And we can, this year,
How often does that happen? And I mean, we have the numbers, is that a full-time position? Is that
some are part, some may be covered in overages. So throughout the building, it depends upon the department and where it falls. We call those ugly numbers when it's, you know, if you're like, wow, if that was 21, that'd be easy, but it's 27. You know, just a couple, and we're small, and we deal with that quite often, where it goes from a huge to a small, because there's 1 or 2 sections. And that's the truth behind it. You know, I remember we had someone here who was a guidance director from Syosset, and I remember he said, I had 27 sections of 9th grade English last year. We've never had double digits of anything here. Maybe phys ed, but that might be that's a little bit different, ever. Where most things are 1, 2, 3, and possibly 4. Junior high being a little bit different. So we're small, and that impacts in how things break.
So, I mean, just looking at the high school reduction in class sizes and math 7-8 reduction in class sizes, is that 2 full-time positions?
Right, 2, that's.
Is that 2, 1 FTEs?
No, it's a combination. It could be a 0.4 here, a 0.6 there.
Well, that's what I'm saying. Is it enough, you know, like how many more sections would have to be added to math 7-8? Would it constitute a full-time 1 FTE, or would it be like 0.8? And how many of the high school sections?
We have that in the report we send with the update, exactly what the FTEs are.
Yeah.
Yeah, so I think your question, like if we, maybe ask your question again.
I don't know, I'm wondering if we could combine the math 7-8 reduction in class sizes and the high school reduction in class sizes, and make that like a 1.5 FTE together.
And looking at this, and if you remember, a year ago, we reduced, we had a science teacher retired, we did not replace. We had a math teacher who we did not ask back and we did not replace. So I might be a little bit off, I think it was like 1.4, 1.5 was there, and the rest is a half. So you can't, they're not really separate, it's not just this is high school. We didn't look at it, oh, we only have this for high school, we only have this for math. We looked at it totality. When we have in the building, we looked at all the numbers in this quarter.
Lisa?
Yes.
I think that they finished some of the, that was louder, sorry.
All right.
I think they finished some of the scheduling meetings just recently. And at the end, we went over there, I had the pleasure of being there, and it did, overall, it seemed like there was about a 1.9 FTE increase in high school in general.
7 through 12.
7 through 12,
Okay.
which really equates to this
Okay.
1.0,
That-
1.9. Does that make
And
sense?
I think this terminology just was, there was discussion, oh, we need to reduce those high school classes, so we called it that. Oh, we're adding these new junior high classes, we're gonna make sure we can fit them in. I think that's just the terminology we carried over that we were discussing.
So let's move down the list. I think the next one, the class size reduction, I just had a quick question. Second grade and the fifth grade, is there any other grade we're watching or?
We already lowered the 5th grade. Oh, for next year.
It's for next year, it's how.
I'm sorry, it's
right.
11.
Yeah, it's how they
I just-
flow.
Was there any other ones, Christine, we had an eye on, or these are the main ones and we're covering them there?
I don't believe there's any others other than Joe's constant reminder that if we get 20 kindergartners come in,
Right, that's right.
that's like unlikely.
Unlikely. Okay,
Unlikely.
so that's why it's not in here. Okay.
Correct.
The occupational education, I think we touched on. How about the CSC chair? We haven't really had too much of a talk about that. Does anybody have any questions?
What would that individual do that's not getting done right now?
So right now, the chairing of meetings is divided up between myself and the assistant director. So between around end of January to about beginning of June, I would share with you, we're probably in meetings about 80 to 90% of the day, which I do enjoy, speaking to families, developing those plans. However, I am a little bit concerned in regard to the expansion and sustaining the infrastructure of the special ed expansion. There is a greater need of professional development, of supporting staff in regard to instructional strategies. So that has been something that has come out in discussions at buildings in regard to needing more support as it relates to special education. So that was put in as a proposal. The main person's duties would be to be chairing preschool meetings, which we do have about 40 preschool families that's separate and aside from the school-age families that we have annual reviews. Every child with an IEP, for those who are not familiar, we have to have annual reviews once a year. And then we do have initials throughout the school year and reevaluation meetings.
And I just want to, just so that everybody, correct me if I'm wrong, even if we don't go full-time ICT, or even if we didn't have ICT, you're still spending those times, you're spending that time in meetings, because it's still children that have annual reviews and CSE committee meetings, right?
Correct. This has been an ongoing issue. I know it's been raised in the past,
Yeah.
but it is a little bit more detrimental right now if we are moving forward with continuing to expand the models.
And many districts have a dedicated CSE chair who just runs the meetings.
Or they have a dedicated just preschool chair.
Yeah.
So and I can give you that analysis, we are one of very few districts that don't have a chairperson. So that is a consideration that I'm putting down to the Board of Education. It is a necessity in my mind.
So can I ask, like, again, just bigger picture, as a district, when we said what area do we need to improve, this is the list in terms of how we get to the next level, how we increase our ranking as a district, how we increase our mastery scores. It's if we invest the money in in the items on the top of that. I'm not talking school trip payments.
If we see most of these things here in that top part are either providing assistance to our students or reducing our class size or providing additional instruction or assistance in education. I'm not saying this isn't everything, and we're going to continue at my administrative meeting. I don't know if it was last week or the week before, I don't know, time is a little off. We spent time on this. What is your wish list going forward the next 5 years? With the due date coming back on the Friday after vacation. I don't want 10 minutes to think about that. That doesn't mean that's going to be everything. And we may flush things through. We even spent time for people to share to see where other minds are at. And we're going to bring that back. We're going to discuss it. And we will be looking at this in depth as a board and discuss that. Again, current, next year, 5 years, 10 years, really looking out to see the things that are out there that we want to do to offer. And I preface that with our administrators is experiences. I think it's important that our students have experiences. And I think those are the things, just like all the presentations we had today, those are things that I think help our students tremendously in life and remember them. It helps them become better citizens, better employed, the whole 9 yards. So we're working on exactly just that.
Can I jump in? Because I wanted to answer Mark's question before, so Mark, I'm glad you resurfaced your question. So in terms of big picture, and I really appreciate your question about are we thinking about all students, because I think right now we're hearing about those who need additional support, a lot of time on ICT, which is certainly warranted. So over the past several years, we have been embedding more courses on the higher end as well. You may not see it reflected here in this particular budget, but years ago we incorporated an advanced math class. Now we're going more advanced classes for 7th and 8th grade. We embedded our AP capstone program, which we had not had before in terms of elevating our rigor. That is comprised of AP research and AP seminar, which, by the way, the AP seminar students are reporting one of their favorite classes here. We embedded college level courses at the world languages level so that students could earn dual enrollment credits for advanced coursework. We have multivariable calculus, although we're not running it here ourselves. For students who want to get to that pathway, we're working on an independent study for them, but we're giving them the means to get there. So we have been over the last several years trying to embed. We also have a new advanced marine science class. That wasn't something there before. So in terms of, we're trying to look at both ends. I think that it's been a nice increase over the past several years of meeting the lower end in terms of those students who are struggling and they need our support, but agree that we also need to support our students who should be challenged. And so we still have a ways to go and there's always room for improvement, but those are some examples of how we've been trying to meet our students at the higher end.
And I have to say, as a district, when we tell them, I think it's 4 or 5 levels of physics we offer. We're there to meet our kids. People are amazed at what we do there. For our calculus, AP calculus, we have a BC, we have an AB and an AB with lab. So we give kids who may not be able to do the AB on their own, we give them an extra half period to have extra resources for them to perform. So we're always looking for more. We're always doing more. Not that this is an excuse, but there will be things at times that a SIASA can offer. Just they have the student body, they have the population, they have 500 to 600 kids requesting. That doesn't mean we don't try. We try and look to do more. We do a lot, and we're always looking to reanalyze. Maybe take something away, add something in, add more. What's best for our kids? What are we looking for? What do they want? What are the experiences? We are looking at that continuously.
Thank you, Ms. Legatue. That was very helpful. I don't have the background, the history, being new, so that's good to know that it sounds like, those flowers are being watered the last few years. And I'm happy to hear too, Mr. Monastero, we're looking longer term as well in planning. So really the question is the cost and the ongoing nature of that cost. And I think that's what we have to determine. I know there's questions about the utility of a math coach. Still, maybe we can tackle that to see if that's essential. Could we have somebody advocate?
Yeah, so that was something that I'm advocating alongside Mr. Brian Taylor, who apologizes he couldn't be here tonight. So we did discuss this the last time, but just to reiterate a couple of things. One of the reasons we feel that next year it's important to have, and I mentioned we could do a partial or a full, I had given several options, is that we will be rolling out a new math program, which we still will be presenting to the board. We're looking for alignment of a math program K to 6, and so we want to do a slow rollout where we're starting with K1, and then the following year moving into 2-6, so that we're not overburdening the system. So therefore, K1 will be experiencing something new, and that's true for all of us as we go through life. However, we feel that they would best be supported by having a math coach to support them along the way. So yes, there will be training, formal training by whatever program we eventually go with. There will be training by the company, but in between, to support the teachers in implementing the new program would be, in our opinion, a need. We have already seen the gains that we're making. We've had a literacy coach in place. I talked in January about, what was posted in Newsday and how we were basically, a lot of results in English were going down and ELA were going down and ours were going up. We were one of the few. In fact, we were third, actually second if we don't include Quag. We were second for our ELA results. And we had the literacy coach in place at that time. We have her in place again this year. And not to say that, that there are not other factors, but we feel that it's helping. And so we're seeing gains from that. And so for those reasons, that's why we are advocating for a math coach.
So even though that position is not directly dealing with students, you think it's benefiting the students indirectly by helping staff?
Absolutely. So we keep talking about it. I think we have great themes going on up here. We're talking about strengthening our instructional practices, increasing the rigor, right? All of those things are connected. And
But
so
the math coach would be, let me just get this straight, you just said it would be for the teachers.
Yes,
Because
for
we're
the
rolling out a new program. But what happens when the program's been rolled out? Wait, do we still need that math coach?
So that, and I said before, so it could be on a temporary basis. So for example, when I was in my former district, we had a math coach for a short period of time.
And we're paying for the new pilot, we're paying for their consultants to come in and train the teachers.
Well, that would be part of, so we've dedicated money for, whatever the new program. We don't know which one it is yet. We had to take a guess.
Right, but they send in their trainers, right?
Correct, that would be included with our purchase.
And I mean, I don't want this to come out, I don't want this to sound, but isn't that really the Brian Taylor, shouldn't he be, isn't that why we hired him, to be doing this? I mean,
So-
I just don't see, I feel like it's just like another administrator that we're putting on top of administrator.
Well, I would say that our directors, even though we're a small district, they are spread very thin. We have our directors overseeing multiple departments, K through 12. So Mr. Taylor would not have the time to coach. He does, of course, hold meetings with the teachers, and I would say on some level, when he's meeting with them, is there some type of coaching happening? Absolutely, he's coaching them in the meetings, but he's not coaching, so to speak, not pushing into their classrooms, modeling instruction, co-teaching with them. He just doesn't have that kind of time. Same thing with our Director of Humanities. That individual is overseeing multiple departments. And we keep saying we're a small district. the same jobs need to get done, even though we're a small district. And so when you have people overseeing multiple departments, they're spread thin. They're doing the best that they can. So we're just looking for an additional layer to help support that. And if it's not full-time, I understand if we have to hold off. But we're also trying to work on, and I've mentioned this before, strengthening our small group instruction. We've been very focused on literacy. We want to ensure that that's happening in our math classes as well. They know that, you know.
How much is the Saravello consultant per year? You know?
Yes, it's about $154,000.
And we're going on year 3 of that?
Yes.
Did we approve that already?
Yeah. Well, you didn't approve it for next year because you haven't.
I'd like to see some of that money maybe put into, you know, buying decodable books and programs for, I mean, we're outdated. I know a lot of districts aren't using TC anymore. I feel like I'm beating a dead horse. I know I say this all the time, but I feel like we're lacking in that fundamental, you know, the foundations of literacy in our district. I do. I feel that we should not be using the TC model. I understand that we're still using it, but what do we have on the horizon? What are we looking at? What do we consider piloting? I don't really see many decodables being purchased for student in science of reading. I mean, it's all about decodable books.
We can certainly talk more about that, but I did share with you, Megan and I know you sent an email about what are we using here. We actually purchased quite a number of decodables. In fact, we used some of our grant money to purchase many decodables at Goose Hill in particular, Daffodil, the geodes we've been using. There was a flyleaf we're using as well. We purchased many more decodables in the last few years.
Did you buy the geodes for each classroom, or were they, like, I'm just curious, are they like?
Is this budget?
Yeah, because we're spending $150,000 on a consultant. I mean, that could go towards one of these
But is it next year budget?
Yeah.
I'm lost, sorry.
Yeah.
But Kate, I would need to, we can certainly sit down, but it sounds like you think that we have a deficit in some other area, and I think that we should sit down together so I can.
I know, well, I'm looking at these numbers, and I'm trying to figure out, like, a CSE chair is $130,000. That's a really important position, and we're paying consultant more than that, when we already have a literacy coach.
The consultants are here temporarily. That's not something that's going to be within our budget ongoing. It has a start and an end. And I would say that the consultant work is benefiting. I would say, listen, I've been going through it too. I've been trained. All of the administrators have been trained. Our teachers are working very hard, but I would say that working with these consultants has been making a difference in our instruction. We've been heavily focused on individualizing instruction for our students. That's what they're training us to do. Take a careful look at our data. We're running assessment conferences. We're having individual conversations with children where the teacher is speaking less. We're gaining a lot of information from our students by having these different types of strategies in place. So I hear you. Yes, it is.
I think we just need to look at that. Maybe we can cut it in half or something and use some. It's a lot. That's a lot of money. But okay, we'll move on. There's something we can talk about before we adopt the budget.
So I guess the next 3 items, the contingency, the reduced class sizes we talked about. What about the purchasing agent?
Do you want me to speak about it?
Yeah.
This is a request this year because the district at Cold Spring Harbor does not have a dedicated purchasing agent. There is no person here that is their roles and responsibilities exclusively. It's, we have an increased emphasis on what we're purchasing, where we're getting it from, and the expertise that comes with that. And we just need the resources in-house to be able to do that. We also have on the horizon some clerical staff that are retiring. Every time that we have major retirements that occur, we have to train those people onto what effective purchasing practices look like, where we would get the best goods at the best prices, compliant with laws and regulations, and currently there is not a resource in-house to do that. So we have been, it's been a struggle in the business office even since I came here. There is no person with that skill set. We're a small district, so I understand why it exists, but we still have to follow the same rules and regulations and our purchases might be smaller than a Syosset, but we pretty much purchase all the same things as Syosset. So finding the best prices and meeting all those requirements is a goal of ours as a district, and as we spend more time concentrating on our purchasing practices.
Is this like office supply, like what kind of things are we talking
No,
about?
these are the purchasing agents are actually people that are trained specifically to do that. Of all the law, they know where all the properly let contracts are. They ensure that we're in compliance with them, where we're getting them, where we're buying goods for, and they even know where to look to have other options as to where to buy things.
Right, so what kind of, like, I mean, it's not our, we have Grillo, we have their construction guy.
This is not this person at all. This is internal. So like if we were looking at fixing a pipe that might have an issue at a school, this person would be able to actually we hope they would be able to help us figure out different sources on who might be able to bring vendors in to look at that work and to get that done. That's not something that has a staff member here dedicated to any of that.
And that's not something that we would like call the architect or call our.
Right, so for $94,000 times for forever long that they work here, plus insurance, are we saving that money per year by hiring that person?
That includes all their benefits. So this is really like a 60, benefits alone are $35,000+ in this number. So this includes all of the costs,
So how much would we save by hiring this person?
Well, we would hope to save money by the sense that they're helping us price things out, and as we go forward, we would keep track of that. And they would check some buildings orders as where things come in. Can we source it out any cheaper? Can we source it out from a different place? Right now, that is a difficult thing to do when there's not a dedicated resource.
So in theory, yes, I agree they should pay for themselves multiple times over, easily if they're good. And but then you're saying they don't get involved in construction or whatever. So why wouldn't we hire somebody that can be our eyes and ears and go out and get quotes and make sure we're getting value and not getting, 50, I'm not even gonna say it anymore, I'm tired of saying. So why don't we hire someone with that expertise? Why are you saying, oh, they don't do that? Why don't we get that?
Well, bids for capital construction work are done to your architect because they're public works contracts and they're prevailing wage contracts. That's just how you use your architect. This person could work with the architect on certain things.
I want someone that says, hey, we're paying 7 times the value of that light, guys. I want someone to come to us and say, none of these bids make sense. That's what we really need, because certainly the 7 of us can't do that, and it's not getting done, and it needs to get done. These bids, we got the excuse prevailing wages, but it's not just prevailing wages, it's also markup that we're experiencing, it's profit. So,
well, this person would we definitely envision that person to work with our architect and those professional teams to understand what those contracts are.
yeah, I would hope this person would be, again, we need a set of eyes and ears.
Yeah.
Because we do. It's late, we won't go into it, so.
We agree.
And what type of person?
There's actual, they're trained purchasing agents. They have vast knowledge in sourcing out sourcing out product, services, and where to get those. And they're trained to do that work.
So I think we touched on some of these other ones. Is there any item on the list going through that you'd want to have more of a discussion now, or do you think you guys are ready at 11:30 to start going through what you want?
Sure.
We still have to get to audience to visitors for Mr. Larson back there.
Do we need to do the bottom of the list?
Maybe we can wait them out.
Well, I mean, we kind of touched on a lot of those. We even talked about field trips. There's a little, I mean, we can still talk more once you get to it.
Do we want to do the top half? And then go to
Let's,
yes.
Okay.
I have a different approach. I don't think this is going to work line by line. But I'm not telling you not to do that. So
But wait, I thought we weren't voting right now.
we're discussing.
No, it's not a vote.
Oh, I thought you meant
Well,
line by line, like vote.
Well, I mean, like, we should poll at one point, see what's going to be included.
Right, so let me just throw my 2 cents out, and then you can throw it away. So I think we're all, I know all of you very well. I think we're all trying to balance, like, how do we keep the tax levy reasonable? How do we give the kids what they need? How do we support the staff? All of those things are embedded in this, right? And the problem I have is this $2 million, almost $2.1 million, it just feels heavy compared to like how much we have to rely on that designated fund balance, right? Because you see the numbers, if we, you know, if you stick to the same tax cap, tax levy as last year, the 165, we have to basically put $2 million into the designated fund, which is pretty much most of our excess from this year. It's not guaranteed to repeat next year. And I'm throwing this out for conversation. I haven't decided where I would land, but if you sort of took the approach that we kill the field trips, that's 230,000 out of that 382. We kill the administrative positions, which are the math coach, the CSE chair, and the purchasing person, and you do a hybrid ICT as a stepping stone. That saves you $765,000, which is exactly what you could do for the tax levy of 165 with the $1.2 million designated fund. So I'm not saying that's what I recommend. I'm just saying that's the math you're doing big picture to say, okay, we can still do hybrid ICT. Maybe we can't give all the administrative support we would. Maybe we can't pay for all the field trips or any of the field trips other than maybe excess from this year. But certainly that would keep the tax levy at a reasonable rate. It would give the kids a lot of extra support in terms of reduced class size. So that's where I was coming. So I don't know that if you asked me line by line, I would be able to answer you because I think they're all worthwhile. I just don't know, adding them up at the end, we're going to be back at the same place. So.
That's fair enough.
That's very fair. Like you said, if money wasn't an object, we'd do this and more. But it is, and you have to deal with it. That's why we're here and spending the time. I think this is good.
And I personally don't think saving one position of 50,000 or 100,000 is going to get us anywhere. We're in the neighborhood of here's $1 million or $750,000 at a time. Sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt.
So you really want, so the thought is to work backwards. So instead of starting at the sheet.
Or at least big picture and
Well, we should start at the end of the presentation. I think it's the point well taken, start at the levy. So that's kind of what you're saying.
Right.
So where do we want to end with the levy, and then what programs are going to get us there?
Or at
what
least,
do we work out?
acknowledge that if you want to do all those things and not rely on the designated fund balance, you're going to be near the cap. Which I know people are not thrilled, you know, we're always proud when we don't do the full cap. And we'll put it to the community. It's not us deciding, it's us proposing, so. But yeah, if you feel super strong, then what I would recommend is then we go all the way to the max.
So I'm gonna go there, but in summary, Bill, what I'm hearing you saying is, you're actually saying, let's decide on our total expenditure number, which may be less than including everything.
Well, I'm not saying decide it, let's debate it through that
Debate it,
lens.
yeah, maybe.
Because there's no point in going line by line and then saying, oh, I'm not doing 2.23.
It is, you do have to figure out how much you're willing to spend and then figure out, okay, what can I now buy? Doesn't work the other way around.
I know I put you all to sleep with that. But
No.
that makes,
I'm looking at the, and I'm not saying that we can't go between the other options that are neighboring, but what about starting at the 1.65? Because that's close to where we landed last year. It's a little bit more, but
Yeah, I'm
okay
okay
with
with
that neighborhood.
1.5 or 1.65.
So maybe, the 1.65, because it's start from there? Or how do you guys feel about
that as a starting point, not as a decided number, but as a place to frame our discussion.
We don't want to go over.
Right, and we can still adjust it, but let's start there.
I was good with that because I think that gives you a
You
lot
guys?
of room.
Is that a good one? Okay. So, now, all right, so that we've done that. So now, can we go,
What do you want to discuss more?
Yeah, well
now,
I guess
the
we
list?
So the choice is, let's just pick 165 for the moment, right, just to land somewhere. If you pick the 165, the question is, in my mind, are you comfortable with a $2 million designated fund balance where a lot of that's going to repeat every year? And to me, if we're going to do that, then I would ask Ms. Costa for a couple of weeks from now to come back with a better estimate of, in this budget, I know there's no excess, right? But I'm sure you could model based on prior years what, if everything goes the same way, what would the excess in the budget be, right? So, because there's a big difference. If this is another $3.5 million, then this is silly, we should just do everything. If it's going to be 1.5 and we're putting a $2 million designated fund balance in that's going to repeat, that's a losing strategy. So
I can give you a little, I would like to do a
Yeah,
more
I know you don't
definitive,
have it,
but I
yeah.
do have an estimate that I did quickly today.
Okay.
But I would like to update my $3.5 million estimate from a number of weeks, number of months ago, but just close call number. Out of 1.5 levy, adding all additional considerations that we're considering the $2,091,091. We're looking at a surplus between $300,000 and $500,000 next year.
Surplus.
So you know how we're ending the year's $3.5 million this year? The surplus would be about $300,000 to $500,000 next year.
And that's assuming no cut in state aid.
That's assuming all the other assumptions I've made, which is a growth in state aid.
Yeah, which is.
Same interest revenue, which is over $1.6 million, which I've taken down $500,000 continues, and the financial market is very much tumultuous right now.
So there's no guarantee the state aid will even be flat, could be down. And two,
of course,
the only good news is we're not at the full cap because we will be going there in the next few years if.
Can I just say something about the full cap? Every year the calculation for the cap will change. You could, this is something I don't always get an opportunity to explain to boards, so I'm happy to be this. There's no guarantee that your cap will be over 2, at 2, or any of those numbers into the future as we project forward. You could have a maximum allowable cap next year of 1.4%. Just the way, there's 8 factors, many of them are out of our control, and we would have to address that the maximum we could go to without an override is 60% of your community votes in favor of your budget. There is no, people think the cap is 2% or like ours, 2.23. There's no guarantee that it may be that in the future.
So if it goes down to like 0.5 next year, if we take on a lot of additional reoccurring expenses, we may be putting ourselves in a difficult position.
If you had that, yes, and plus a state aid impact, we would be having conversations about expenditures.
And cuts.
You'd have to make
Expenditure conversations, yes.
If it's a long explanation, forget it. What determines tax cap?
No, Mark.
No.
I said forget it. I said forget it if it's long.
You can refer back to the presentation we did in February. We rolled it out. But it's an 8-step formula, and it's not just the 2%. It's not just the 2%.
Occupational education, can we just say no? Like, how many kids would we want to do?
That's so the students.
I just want to know.
No, that's a good question. Those kids basically what they requested to take at BOCES. I can't. I don't know.
I just want to know.
Those are the kids that want to become mechanics and
Mechanics
welders,
or
and I
welders
mean,
or
how can we
cooks.
take that
Right.
away?
There-
No, I didn't know like,
No, good question.
4 kids want to do CAD and we're not running it.
Yes,
So,
that's good question.
you know,
But
if
they-
2 kids want to do this occupational education.
They're going to BOCES, and I don't have it in front of me what they exactly ask for. It could be a varying, it could be 1 CAD, 1 mechanic, 1.
Not every kid wants to go to college, you know?
It is about, I mean, I would need Jeanette here, but it is about 3 or 4 additional kids, because the
That we have
programs
this year.
cost money, the programs cost money.
Okay. But it's based upon student requests.
It's based
not-
upon student requests, exactly, that is completely.
And you are committing to it, you are committing to it, because there is a 10th grader in that batch, if my memory serves me correctly, and they're gonna obviously want to take that program through its course.
They tend to be 11 and 12,
Yes,
but
I was gonna say,
sometimes,
10, 11, 12.
sometimes you get a 10. For us, it's usually 10 and 11. Good. Do you have any more details?
So, I mean, just to give you an example, we have a student who's very interested in aviation. So that is the reason why he's going for that program.
That is amazing. Okay, all right. I
No,
honestly had no
you-
idea.
that's a good question.
And also when they leave BOCES, the idea of is for them to have the ability
A
to
skill.
job in that field. So they
Without having
leave
to
with
go to college.
a certification.
That's fantastic. That's great.
Mr. M, do you have any recommendations for what that purchase list should look like?
So the OC-Ed, I'm 100% on. The class size reductions, yes. The call for the Lloyd Harbor ICT contingents, is it really contingent anymore, or we're pretty sure at that point, that legally we need it at this point for compliance?
That is a real item. We've almost finished with that grade level, and we're at about 9 to 10 students, so we would have to break the class.
So if we're at 9, we're okay, if 10,
It all depends on the total enrollment of those classes, and we have to look at the percentage of special education students.
but we can't have more than, it has to be 49% or lower.
Correct, 40%.
So what if you make the class bigger? I'm kidding, I'm kidding.
Wait, what did you say?
What if you make the class bigger?
You're not, I can tell you, there are instances where we start the beginning of the year, especially at secondary, and kids move around, we have to try and put kids back in to make compliance. That is a reality. And I have to say, the ICT program, I do support the full-time model. I think that is so important. I mean, all those are direct educational. When we look at CSE chair, math coach, those are definitely resources to help our kids.
I'm sorry, what did you say before math coach? I apologize.
Did you say you?
He said there are all resources.
There are all resources, not for a CSE chair and math coach, they're not direct resources to students, that's time on task. I guess I would say, if I was going to pull something here, number 1 would be the math coach. And again, this is a hard choice. These are all good things to do. You hope Lloyd Harbor, we have 2 kids become declassified, and it makes that an easy decision, and we don't need that, but that's a contingent. And we looked at the field trips we talked about, or we could talk about instead, we did full 230, we do half or set aside a specific amount of $100,000, and we spread that across the board. The Network Operations Center, I think that's really important. That's a one-time cost. Storage unit is inconsequential across the board, but we need storage. Math coach, I
Get away from partial.
Yes.
It's better than having none.
The other option I had given last time, if we were not moving forward with the full-time math coach, is we could utilize our AIS coordinator, who does right now .2 of an AIS group. We could give that .2 to her to serve as the math coach to help support K in 1.
And then see how it goes, and if we need to increase full-time or.
In the following years, when we're rolling out then 2 through 6, there would be more of a need for, so doing some sort of part-time is feasible.
You know, again, we're looking to have, when you look at what is the best, well, best would be having there, but
Right.
we're looking, again, we have decisions we need to make here, so math coach part-time or part 2.2 FTE or 0.3, we're working to see what we can fit into the schedule.
So, no on math coach? Possibly.
Or a partial.
And then
0.2, 0.3.
Which flavor of ICT are we recommending?
Well, ideally, full-time, he said.
Full-time.
But I'm looking at, just in general, going back to what Bill was saying before. If we just cut down to part-time for some of these things, are we concerned about this designated fund balance and the potential for cutting programming later on next year down the road? I mean, because I think we're all on the same, I think everybody, for the most part, agrees that all this stuff is great.
Right.
But, I mean, that's a real concern because we have a lot of other really great stuff, a lot of other really great things going on here too that could be cut if we're making some of these decisions. Could this affect our other programming or even affect our special education program down the road? So
I mean, we have to take it back to that.
I would be very worried about funding the positions with designated funds. So if you want to go with all those, then I think we need to move off 1.5, 1.6 tax levy and get higher. You can't get that back in future years once you give it up, so.
One thing you can look at, because you were talking about the field trips, is the difference between the hybrid model and the full-time model is, thank you. If we did not pay for the field trips, we paid less for the field trips, that would pay the difference between the hybrid, oh, I'm sorry, and the full-time. I was zoned out for a moment, sorry.
Well, just to anchor the conversation, behind you is the slide for the 223, like Bill was alluding to. Everything in the $1.7 million, we'll call that the FTE numbers, increasing the program, is kind of baked into this, and you'll see the difference is the exact number of the items that are, we'll call them on green on the other slide, the field trip and some of those other items down here, the 382,000. So I don't know where, if you feel all of those positions are worthy, then $382,000, what we want to do with that is an easier maybe decision to make than closer to $1 million that we are at other places. It's an easier decision to make.
That's everything on that list with a 2.23 tax levy.
Yeah, so if we, after our last meeting, I'm just gonna go back to this slide, after our last meeting, we had this conversation about the items at the bottom, the 382,000. And you
Right.
notice that's the exact 382,000 on the maximum allowable levy. So if, let's just say you said no to everything at the bottom, let's just say. You already sitting at a balanced budget situation of 223 right now, with everything on the top included.
So if we went all the way to the top and we did 2.3, is there a concern that if next year we don't know what the levy is going to be, if it's 1.8, does that put us in a difficult position where we'll be cutting programming or having a problem floating all these additions we made? Or is it fine?
We don't know what all of those eventualities could be, not only what our levy could be. I could try and project our levy out in the future, but there are many factors of it that are not determined by us.
I would think as we go to 2.3, that one sounds pretty high compared to what we've done in the past and what's been a possible choice in the past.
Before the 1.99 sounds
Well,
I'm just saying
Well,
there's a chance we're in the ones.
I think an important thing is over the last year and this year, we've done a major expansion of a program, the ICT program. We had nothing
both years, yeah,
into September. So we're seeing that type of expansion.
Like
You never say never.
It's the reoccurringness of the expense.
Right, it's a recurring, but we're not, our ads, it doesn't look like we're gonna be, like this is, keeping, if we do the full, it's 490,000. We're not looking to be adding another 490 because without adding an additional ICT program.
But we
That's in place.
do have concerns, just to be,
Yes.
to be fair and balanced, we have concerns, which is, we do have concerns about a significant item in our other funding sources, almost over $1 million, and that $1.8 million is interest earnings. Just a couple of years ago, we were at a 0% interest earnings. It's only in these last couple of years, 3 years, that we've seen significant interest earnings. So if that $1 million goes away because of uncertainty in the market, that is a permanent loss of revenue for us. It's supporting our program.
Well, it's not permanent, but it's permanent as low as the rates are down.
As low as the rates are down.
And we have to be concerned state aid gets cut. And if
Absolutely.
You go
Those
to
are our two
max-
concerns.
If you go to the max levy, you'll have a little cushion because you're not using the full designated balance. So you'll have like a year or two before you have to look at cuts. I mean, so.
Yeah, the state aid is really the item that we are most concerned with, because everything out there from the Rockefeller Institute report and just what's out there from Hochul and her office does not fare well for districts like a Cold Spring Harbor, just in the words they're saying. So we are projecting in the future that state aid is the same and even growing slightly, but that may not be true. That might not be true after an election year this year.
So that's all, but, we can't rely on that.
Yeah, and that's when we make decisions when they're presented to us, but Heather, to your question, yes, if we saw a reduced state aid number, and we had a lower tax levy, and we had challenges to our interest earnings, which are about $1 million in the budget, all of those factors would be things that we would have to deal with. We have to have discussions.
So given.
So I can get us, I feel like Monty Hall, let's make a deal. I think based on Joe's input, we could definitely get to the 199 and maybe the 175. And if you give me like 3 seconds, I'll try not to confuse you.
It's too long.
So the idea, if you look at the 175 tax levy page on page 15, the problem is, right, we don't want that designated fund balance to be much more than the 1.2, right? Even that may be at risk, but for now, let's just say it's okay. So the problem is we have to figure out the 725 difference at the bottom in yellow. The way you fix that, I'm just throwing this out, you take out the field trips, that's 230. You take out the 0.8 math coach, that's 105. You take out the purchasing agent, 94. I don't remember what you said about the CSE chair, Joe, but keep it for now. And then the other items that were in the wish list are non-recurring. Knock, ventilation, so that's okay to fund for this year. Like they won't recur in the following years, so it would be okay. So that gets you 581 in savings, because those non-recurring things are 152. So when you add all those up, you get 581, and that's it's not the 725 difference. That's why I was saying you could either go to the 1.99, which has a $555,000 difference. But you see what I'm trying to do is get us where we're not using more than 1.2 in designated fund balance to fund long-term things.
Christine, when we first started this, a lot of the contingency was transportation, right? Like there were contingencies built into the transportation budget, like, an extra van. Like, is that still flexible?
I've taken out all the contingencies in transportation except one van and one big bus.
No. It costs $5,000 to print the course guide.
The 175, that has the new low contingency levels baked in, those numbers.
Yes.
Yeah.
Bill, did you say the full-time ICT for the 1.75, the hybrid?
That includes the full-time ICT.
what was your number? Did you come to 561?
581, but I could have added more.
Okay.
I treated, just so you know how I got there, it was 230 for field trips. Math coach at .8 was 105. Purchasing agent 94. And then the
CSE chair?
38,000 leave of absence may not recur if I'm wrong on that.
We would still need to budget that because it's a known expense for next year.
Yeah, but it's not going to recur the following year.
The following.
Yeah, I'm okay for next year. Storage unit, the knock generator, and administration.
So let's.
Oh, that's recurring, sorry, take that out.
The storage recurring.
Storage is recurring, and administration is recurring.
All right, forget me.
But with people, that's already in the budget.
Okay.
So what if we did that, and what if we did a hybrid? Does that get us there?
What did we say about the CSE chair? I didn't hear what.
Still in.
It's in.
It's still in, okay.
Or what if we did the full-time without that maybe, one or the other that's around the same
Yeah.
cost?
But a CSE chair, is that a full-time position, or could that be like a part-time? Point something?
Well, you get anyone good part-time?
The concern is finding a part-timer, but it could start off as a part-timer if that's what we need to save, and then I would ask that it would move towards a full-time position, but it's very hard to find a part-time chair.
The one way where we may find a good part-timer is if it's a retired person, that they want to work part-time. That is a possibility, as opposed to someone doing it going forward.
So typically, a retired person is going to be more expensive.
Per day.
Significantly per day.
So what if we did the hybrid, we kept the CSE chair? How does that leave us though? Does it get us where we need to be with the numbers?
Hang on.
That would be another 177.
429 plus 177.
Okay. How's that look?
And I have to re-add.
6069, it's about 607,000. For the removing field trips, removing .8 of the math coach, removing the purchasing agent, and going with the hybrid model.
Right, and then there's a couple of non-recurring items, but yeah, that would
They would be in, right, so we wouldn't see that impact until the 26-27 year for the non-recurring.
Right, so that's 606.
Yeah.
How willing are we to give up the full-time model?
I'm not saying that has to be.
No, these are choices.
These
Right.
are choices, but my question
Somebody's going to be
is-
mad at you.
Right, my question is less about that and more about if we take that, or it could be something else, another item that's 230. Is that 429,000 number, or is that getting us where we need to be anyway? Or is it not enough, or is it too much?
The 606, if you turn around, then you're at a 175 levy. The 606 gets you almost to the $725,000 that if you're trying to not designate any additional fund balance, you're close, you're within, you're within $120,000.
We're trying to get down to 606.
Well, that's just the way that math works, but.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, in that neighborhood.
Yeah.
And obviously.
Or we just say, sorry, we're going with the full tax cap, or we're going 2%, you know.
Right.
The tan interest that we pay?
At the 199 levy, right here, at 199, the things we just spoke about, which is no field trips, a reduction of a .8 math coach, removal of the purchasing agent, and the hybrid model, that brings you to 606.
And that's under 10, I thought that was on 1.75.
At 17.
Either way, all we're doing is comparing this
Right.
difference number, so
We're
the
trying to get
606
close.
comfortably gets you there.
Right, if you went to a 199 levy, you're there with those choices, if that's what the board would make, and you are not designating any additional fund balance.
But we couldn't really, we couldn't throw back in another $230,000. 1.99 is not enough. We'd have to go more towards the cap.
The field trips.
Yeah, that's the one I want. No, I'm just kidding.
No, listen, I'm sorry, there's a simple answer. I'm sorry. That
Yeah.
sounds so condescending. There's not a simple answer, but the field trips you could just do year by year. If there's
Yeah.
excess, right? You don't have to commit it in the budget. You decide year by year which trips.
If these are all spring trips, you can make that decision at a certain point, right, in the year.
So, but we would, but my point was less about what we're throwing in there. I'm saying going to the 1.99 versus the 1.75. The, or rather, I take that back, the 1.99, we're looking at that one. Could we add another $200,000 worth of expenditures or not? That would,
In theory, you only
Up
have,
from
you only have
1.75.
50,000 to add, if,
oh, so it doesn't give us that much more wiggle room, basically.
Right, I
One
know.
point, so that was what I'm trying to say.
yes, I understood your
Not
question. So you, yeah, I understood your question. It really doesn't give much wiggle room. Do you meet it with what we just discussed at a 199 levy? If you want to go further down to a 175, we may have to identify something else.
So if, all right, so taking away the 230, the 105, the 94,
And the
then-
177
and then
for hybrid model.
177 for the hybrid.
Yeah,
You
but-
would have to go to the 99. You could be at the
You
175.
could be at
but
the
it was-
175.
you
I
could
feel
be-
way better with 100,000 fudge than a
Yeah.
500 or a million fudge.
You,
You know?
at the 175, you could designate a 1,350,000 as your
Right.
designated fund balance.
But 1.99 would give us space.
1.99 would give you, let's just say we would probably address a $50,000 of a contingency that we would place somewhere, in the budget for something we don't
The
know.
other option, we could go back and say 1 point something.
Yeah, we could go something, exactly.
Right.
Please, not another option.
All of that is based upon the hybrid model.
I could actually tell you
Well,
right now, actually.
take something else out if we wanted, like we're working backwards.
I know,
So
but,
what would we do? Less is,
I mean, there's other things you can do.
yeah. But I'm saying, like I might not want to give up the full-time.
Right, so you should say that.
I don't want to give up the full-time ICT.
So you want to go then
Kate.
to the
I mean-
tax cap as well? Then you want to go all the way
I
to
don't,
the tax?
well, I don't want to go to the tax.
Well,
You know, this is hard because I don't want to go, really don't want to go past 1.75. Really wanted to stay at 1.5.
And I would, as a taxpayer, I would have preferred 0.
Well, yeah, of course, but I was hoping that we could do 0, but I'm realizing we can't.
I mean, the CSE chair, part-time is hard to find, but not impossible.
I don't know, I'd rather have a CSE chair than the math.
The math is already,
Point two.
or
Point two,
point
exactly.
two. That was
Yeah.
kind of right. Is there anywhere else you can take it from? Cut the math. We don't want to cut the CSE chair.
I mean, this is so hard for me because I think there are things within the budget that we don't see right now that we could get rid of. Like,
That's a good point.
I'll give you the, course guide, that's what I found about it.
I mean, I'd like to see a list of all the consultants we have and how much it's costing us. I understand that's not that's not a possible, can't speak at midnight. That's, like Bill said, is not something that we have reoccurring.
Yeah, is the fencing in this budget?
No, we would take the fence out of this year's budget.
This year.
Oh, we pulled it into this year?
When you make a decision on April 22nd, it'll be this year's money.
That's what we're planning, is taking out of this year's budget.
Weren't we looking at maybe ways to save costs on interest?
The TAN,
Yeah.
We sent that home in Friday notes.
Yeah.
There is we can only use $1.2 million of eligible reserves that we have on our books and record by law. And after closing costs with bond counsel, fiscal advisors, and going for actual notes, it would cost the district money.
Mm-hmm.
Transfer transportation kills me because like nobody's riding the buses in the high school.
My daughter rides the bus.
What?
My daughter goes on the bus.
Oh, I see empty buses going down this street.
The buses, what happens with the buses?
I know we have to provide
They,
them.
and they just continue, we buy them for 5, 6, 7-hour blocks, that's how the RP. And if they're light ridership at the high school, they continue on their runs at Lloyd Harbor or West Side, and they're full. The Lloyd Harbor and West runs are full.
Okay, all right, that makes me feel better.
Dr. Shib had a suggestion, and her suggestion was, there's a possibility the CSC chair maybe can be funded through a grant. But there's a lot of uncertainty as to grants. So whether or not we can do that, and whether we can do that long-term, it's difficult to commit to somebody when you don't know that you can commit to them forever. So even if we used grant money, if it was here next year and gone the year after, it's just something, she offered it, I want to say what she offered.
Would that be something we would apply for?
No, you would use your allocations.
We'd reallocate the
Which
money
is
for
where all the
that.
conversations happening on the federal level as to what's going to happen with grants.
The uncertainty is just how much we're gonna get from the federal government this
Yes.
coming year. So that's the reason why I'm fighting as much as I'm fighting for special ed, because we don't know what we're gonna get in the future.
No,
But
understood.
typically, if we were to put it in the grant, you have to sustain it after that 1 year. It would eventually have to go into the general fund, but it could be a temporary fix.
Let's see.
And that's an interesting point that Dr. Schutis makes me make the board aware of this. There's about $1 million in expenditures that we get from our grants, our federal grants. Most of those grants are supporting people.
Why are we only?
So just for the board to consider that if something happens with grants, we are, we do have resources to program people in district that are supported with grant money, not general fund money.
Is there any way that we could kind of maybe dig a little deeper into our, I mean, I feel like we're so limited here with just these things. So it's like math coach or this. Like, why can we just spend a little bit more time, I mean, not now, at looking at, in detail at our overall budget? There are things that are reoccurring that maybe we could cut.
I mean, we're definitely doing a lot here this year. The ICT, that's a big thing. Like I said before, I don't think we're going to be doing something of that nature with staffing going in the future.
I mean, like I said, I'd like to see how much money we spend every year on consultants and you know, I mean, I can't, I'm kind of blanking at the moment, but are there other things we can look at that don't need to be just from this list? I understand that these are, you know, I understand why they're on here and why we're looking at them, because they're new and we're hoping that they help our,
So just to give just perspective, Kate, in looking, but these 2,091 that we're looking at here, just as a relationship to our levy, that ask alone is a 2.96% increase of our levy just for these items, if nothing else in the whole budget increased. Not a salary, not a collective bargaining agreement, not a utility cost. These costs alone are 2.6% of our levy.
Yeah, I mean, I like Kate's thought there. How do we know, this page is called changes to the budget. How do we know the underlying budget is efficient? In terms of being cost efficient. Maybe we're trying to cut good ideas on this page when the better ideas to cut are not in front of us.
But I think we got caught a little bit that one night where we truncated because of the weather, where we were going to go through each of the budgets and then we crunched them together.
Okay.
We got caught there, whereas we would have had more detail.
And that's also cutting what we already have, which is a different conversation.
Yeah.
This, we're not cutting anything because we don't have it, right?
I get it.
It's
No.
not.
I get it.
There could be something we have that we just
No,
don't need.
Right, you could, exactly,
So-
that's there.
What, I know it's so late in the process, forget tonight, I mean, it's, what?
I mean, for instance, one of the things, again, a tech my mind, we were looking to add a visitor management system where each kid wears a badge and that's how they check into that. 40 or 50,000, that's what that
that is one-time cost. I'm sure there's a recurring software. But again, that's something where Brianna definitely has one of her slides to discuss, but we didn't discuss because of my home. So there are things where there's a possibility to look to, okay, maybe we delay that a year, delay this a year. Of course, I think the hard part, these are people. The programs are different. We can go through, okay, maybe that program is something we put off, but do we want these people, or we need to go out and hire and keep them? That's some of the differences here.
So is this something we can work and come back to the table, or for the 22nd, right? I mean,
We're just,
I thought by the 22nd, we needed like
Yeah, by
a
the
final like number, and so.
By the 22nd, we have to adopt,
Look,
that's the last date.
You're raising fair points, so Kate, I know you pretty well, I know you're like trying to keep the tax thing reasonable. What I think is if you sort of budget something that maybe doesn't give every one of these things a green light, we could also separately look for things that we don't want to spend money on that are in the budget, because there's nothing that says, if we find money somewhere else that we don't want to spend, then maybe we could green light a more aggressive program on like full ICT, right? You know what I'm saying? Like that gives us more time, but then we're budgeting it saying, look, this is the minimum, we're at least going to do whatever,
with the possibility of adding.
but maybe we'll do more of those things if we find money elsewhere that we don't want to spend anymore, like the consultants. I'm not saying we don't want to use the consultants, I'm just using an example.
It could be a class that doesn't run,
Right.
that we had expected.
But I just feel we sort of have to move this tonight, or, I'm not saying right now, but I think 2 weeks is too late.
So do you want to forward a proposed one and then at least start with that and then see if we can get some traction with it, maybe make tweak to it? All right. I'm between the 1.75 and the 1.99. Start with which one do you want to start with?
Christine, did you recalculate between the two?
I didn't, only because I got distracted. I'm
Sorry, that's all right.
Give me a second. So that's 606.
What are we recalculating, the 1.99?
We're waiting.
We're-
Okay.
Christine was just trying to figure out
Oh.
the number between 175.
My brain's still on 165.
You want 1.6, so
1.6.
Well, I'm okay considering that, yeah.
So do you want to go with 1.75 to start?
Yeah.
So
At least it's between.
I don't really want to go above that if we can
Okay.
just start with.
So-
Or do you want
so
to
then
start
what-
at
this
the
is what I would-
Lowest, and then if we
Yeah,
want
go
to
for
start
it.
1.65, and then see if we need to.
Well, what I would have said was you do the 175,
Okay.
and to do the 175, you sort of have to accept the hybrid ICT. But we commit to going back and looking at things in the budget and try to find the money, after the budget's approved to get us to the full-time ICT.
Okay, and then that would also be getting,
And you would also get a 2/10 math coach.
okay,
You would get the full-time CSE chair.
okay, and then no purchasing agent, right?
No purchasing
Okay.
agent,
I'd be okay with that.
no field trips, other than if we have money this year, maybe.
And if if we're able to find any,
we could go through
Yeah.
some of the bigger
Right,
ticket items.
right.
We're not gonna look at $50, we'll be there for
Right,
the
right,
bigger
right,
ticket
right,
items.
exactly.
And then, again, just to, the difference between the hybrid model and the full-time model is second and third grade won't have ICT?
Second and
They
third would
will.
have
Would have
the part-time like we have this
They
year.
would all, at all grade, all schools, they would all have,
level.
they would have part-time and everybody else would be full-time.
Correct,
First.
only second and third would be part-time, everyone else would be
Full-time.
1,
First.
4, 5, 6.
Okay.
What's a .2 math coach?
Is there any way we could consider, okay, I'm gonna kill what you're saying, listen, parents I know aren't gonna like it, but I just feel like I have to throw it out there. Combining the West Side and Lloyd Harbor second grade so we could have a full-time rather than 2 part-time, does that work or no? I know, this is just throwing another,
That's how you could.
I proposed that last year and that was not supported. I mean, right now for next year, we do have a larger number of second grade for West Side than Lloyd Harbor. So if we were to tell parents that they would have to go to one school, it would be at West Side for second grade. And I really tried to push it last year and that was not successful. As a matter of fact, we had customized programs for children, even though they really needed more services, they were not willing to go.
I was just thinking maybe second grade just because they haven't entered Lloyd Harbor School or West Side yet. Like I know last year was like the 4th grade didn't want to do it because they had already spent most of their years at a specific school, then to have to start a new school. But just thinking like transitioning from Goose Hill.
To West Side, or, I completely agree with you, Kate, that's what I tried to sell last year,
Yeah.
and it didn't go well.
Is there I would imagine there'd be an added transportation cost then, because we would have to transport the Lloyd Harbor to West Side or vice versa.
Maybe or may not, we would try to keep it within whatever the hours we bought for that bus. It would be
Oh, I
determined
see.
after we did all the routing. We'd have
Maybe.
to wait.
I mean, could it be something that,
Yeah, do they stay there, then they continue on up to, they stay, that
well, maybe
West
they
Side
can have their
visit?
choice if they want to stay or if you know, I guess it's, I don't know.
And how many kids are we looking, you said second and third grade have the smallest amount of children with IEPs?
So if you look at Lloyd Harbor, we have 3 students, and you look at West Side, it is 6 students. Right now. Those are the projections from Goose Hill. We have not had those CSE meetings yet, they're starting in May.
And 3rd grade too would be hybrid, right?
Third
Yeah.
grade would be hybrid as well. If we went with the hybrid model, it would be 4, 5, and 6, that would be full-time.
And
And
first
keep in
two, right?
mind that now that we're beyond year 1, I am getting more requests of ICT, and we're making those decisions if it's appropriate or not for individual children.
So we don't really have the final numbers on this yet.
No, because not all the
Yeah,
CSE meetings
have
are
been
done. So
completed,
it may
right.
be a little less, it may be a little bit more.
Right.
I mean, if we don't need it, I wouldn't be proposing it, so we would be making those reductions after the meeting.
But if there's more, there's the potential that we would need to add another ICT class.
Right now, the worst case scenario is what I gave you for 6th grade, and that's why we have the contingency.
At Lloyd Harbor.
Yes. Everything else, we're not close to being at the max.
And what's the .2 math coach? How does that work?
So that's just 20% of their days dedicated to math coaching.
All right.
No,
I might have been in the back.
No, I'm envious of you, Mark, right now.
I was gonna do that. All right, so here it goes, because it's getting late, so I'm just gonna try to put this forward. Stop me at any point if this is not where we want to land for now. We're doing 1.75, a hybrid model, with the understanding that if other money becomes available or is available, we would access that to try to get to a full. We're doing the ICT program needs at the high school. We're doing the class size reduction. We're doing the occupational education. We're doing the CSE chair full-time. We're doing the math coach .2. We're doing the Lloyd Harbor ICT contingency, which looks like we're gonna need it. We're doing the high school reduction in class sizes and the math 7-8 reduction in class sizes. We're not doing the purchasing agent. We're doing leaves of absences. We're not doing the field trips. Doing the storage unit. We're doing the generator hookup. And we're doing administration, that last item, okay, under 1.75. All right, guys? Let's try to
What do you think about that?
start on the committee.
I have a question.
Bill, I mean, I just feel like you were the one doing like.
No,
the-
that was impressive that Heather retained all that.
She
so
did, yeah. All
Well
right.
done.
All right, so we work together, we're a good
So-
team.
No, this is hard, this is like.
This is really hard.
I know people, like, I'm getting texts, my wife is like, are you crazy?
Yeah.
What, with the 1.99?
No, being here.
Being here, that's great.
I'm teasing.
She has no idea.
I knew what you meant, I was kidding.
Everybody's.
Look, this isn't a perfect science, I think that's a good.
I know, we have to move on to committee reports, but.
Yeah.
All right, yeah, let's
everybody,
go.
Before I
Committee
move
reports.
on, everyone's okay, we're okay?
Yeah.
Yes.
I just have one
yes,
question.
Yes.
For the
I think you're at
doctor
your
over
limit.
there.
You're at your limit, Mark.
So, if we get this, this ICT chair, that's gonna lighten, what's that?
CSE.
CSE. We get that chair, it's gonna lighten up your schedule, maybe your schedule too. What are you gonna do with that other time that's gonna help?
They're gonna go for coffee.
Advance the cause.
She's gonna teach Italian.
I wish.
I would say I would get some, I would get some sleep and not work late at night.
Yeah,
But it's really not meant to lighten my load. It's just, I'm looking at how to support the staff in regard to what we're trying to do. And it's very difficult for me to do that if I'm behind doors of having meetings constantly. And I feel bad when staff comes to me, and they're like, well, can you help me? And honestly, they do email me. I go to every building right now, at least once to twice a week. Kristen goes to West Side, so we are going above and beyond just a regular work day. But honestly, if it had to be with ICT or a chairperson, I want what's best for kids. I just want to do my job the best that I can do it for you. And right now, I'm an executive director, and I'm basically, you're hiring me to be a chairperson, and there's so much more of my job that I need to do for you.
All right, and thank you for doing that, but you're saying you'd rather have the full instead of a chair? Was that, because the numbers, if you get rid of the chair, you can do the full, can't you?
I'm comfortable with the recommendation right now because I would love to give you the finalized numbers once these CSE meetings are over. And again, they're not going to be over until probably the second week of May. But I will have most of the upper grade levels in that place. What you need to realize as well is that the sooner I know what you're leaning towards, we could start doing job postings and hiring teachers. It's going to be very hard to hire highly effective teachers very quickly. So this is kind of holding back. We're not able to finalize any IEPs right now because I have to put the number of hours. So if we went part-time, for example, that would be 10 hours a week. If we went full-time, that would be 25 hours of instructional contact time with a special ed teacher. So that's why, I do think we can make either one work. I just do know what the benefits of if we did do the optimal model. And I hear what the board says in regard to, we want what's best for kids, so that's why I wanted to propose that to you.
Satisfied? Still here? All right. Okay. So we're gonna move on to committee reports. Page 2 of the agenda. And work that has occurred since our last.
I was
meeting.
prepared for this 4 hours ago, I think
Are you
I've
ready?
forgotten. Yeah. All right, so policy committee met. We had originally considered policy 5500, but we've removed it from tonight's agenda because that's the policy on student information. And basically between that policy and 1120, which deals with district records, we need to clean it up because there's a schedule, LGS1, that's referenced in the policies that no longer exists. And to replace it, we have to not only take care of those two, but also fix 8 other policies that reference LGS 1. Policy 4327 is up for a first read tonight. That's on homebound instruction. This is a requirement. If a student is in need of homebound instruction and doesn't want to lose time credit, we have to increase the minimum number of hours for elementary and secondary. And so we're reflecting policy for those changes. And then finally, we've been looking at the insurance requirements imposed by our participation in NYSER, and we're trying to understand additional requirements that are needed when third parties use our facilities, and also trying to solve the dilemma when we have related organizations like the booster clubs or the PTGs use it, where maybe we don't need the same exact insurance.
Exactly. And one of the challenges when we open one policy, they often reference many others.
Right.
We're into 5 and 6 policies that we have to address, or regulations. So it's deep work.
Okay, that's it.
Thank you, Bill.
Dare I ask if any other committees have met? Okay. We will now continue with our first audience to visitors, the Cold Spring Harbor Board of Education and Administration welcomes your attendance at Board of Education meetings. Audience to the public affords residents an opportunity to address the Board of Education on both agenda and non-agenda items. Each resident is allowed to speak for 3 minutes. This is not the forum to discuss student or staff-specific matters. Please contact the district separately on these matters. Anybody? Come on, guys.
I don't know if this is on.
Okay.
Adina, Woodbury Road, nice to see everybody.
Hello, Adina.
So a couple things. One, the yonder pouches. I know that, kids always test limits. They try to circumnavigate our rules or our boundaries. That's just their nature. That's how they grow. So trying to find ways around using it in the ways that we're hoping, that's par for the course, I think. But the fact that we're hearing that it has been effective in improved classroom instructions, fewer interruptions, fewer distractions, having a little bit of fear of being caught, like those are all positives for me. And whether or not they're actually putting it in there, having consequences, disciplinary or social, whatever it is, I think those are all positive and they're impacting interactions in the cafeteria, in the hallways, the students are together. So for me, the yonder pouches are a success, even if there is the circumnavigation. And if there are the students who feel the need to go on social media anyway, maybe that's more a comment on them than the yonder pouches. Second, there is a field trip that was not on that list. It happens once every 3 or 4 years. It's the music trip, orchestra band, I think, that goes to Disney. It is coming up soon, so if you're not gonna fund all these other field trips, which I've already paid for all of my children, fund the Disney trip. And the last thing is, in all of the audit, like in the fall when the auditors come through and they're like, oh, we checked all the records, everything is fine. One year I was really surprised that, this was many years ago, I was really surprised at the surplus, the operational surplus. So I followed the guy outside the room and I was like, is this normal to have so much money, as a surplus? And he said, absolutely, every school district does this. So I know it's not predictable for a variety of reasons, the stock market interest rate and state aid and whatever else, varying tax levy percentage, all of that. But traditionally, in the last years that I've been coming to all these board of ed meetings, there is some surplus every year with many zeros at the end of it. So I don't know how many contingencies have been removed or whatever for this year or coming year, but it's in there. And if I think of anything else, I'll come.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Joe Larson, Illinois Harbor. So my first comment is I sent you guys a email to the BOE email tonight. I didn't get a red flag regarding the derogatory comments I made about Joe.
Thank you, Joe.
nothing showed up on my email, just to let you know. Second is the fencing that you guys talked about. I know that's this year's money, apparently moving in. To me, that's a colossal waste of money. I'd rather do $56,000 bathrooms. And then third is, there's no black shirts here again tonight. I would really love to know, like, what is holding up this contract? What is getting these teachers to show up here every month and sit here wearing their black shirts? Because, you know, they're wearing them to school. I think kids are now starting to ask. I was told tonight while I was sitting at a lacrosse game that one of the teachers sits there and tells the kids in their classroom, this is what's going on, this is what my contract, they're screwing me out of $12,000. And they're very specific about what the parent was telling me about what their child's coming home telling them. So how can we get to some kind of a middle ground with these teachers, or at least understand what's their complaints, you know, so that as a community, maybe we put pressure on them, or maybe we put pressure on you, depending on what the problem might be.
Good night.
So, with respect to the teacher's contract, the last comment, right now, we have a very strong proposal on the table for our teachers that includes increases and also benefits for our students. And while there's no agreement at this time, we're committed to continue to work towards a resolution and participate in the mediation, which is ongoing in good faith. And then, Joe, I think you took notes on what Adina said about the field trip, right? That we had missed just in case,
Yeah,
because it is something we're going to continue to evaluate,
Right, the
trying to
field
cover
trip
those trips.
wasn't this year, or it's been a couple years since we've run it, so I think that's why we pick it up. We could take a look at that.
Or just cover mine.
Right, dare I say, we had, years ago, and even pre-COVID, we've gone to France. No, Quebec maybe it was.
Yes.
Well, we actually used to go to France a long time ago. But Quebec, I think it was pre-COVID since last, and that's probably why it didn't come up on our radar so long ago. I'll add that.
The only thing I wanted to add.
On the negotiations, Heather covered it perfectly. Like, just so everybody knows, this is part of like a collective bargaining agreement. And so we can't, like, we have to treat it with the respect legally that we have to, so we can't go around spreading rumors or anything. And so that's why there's a process to deal with, like, when we're at an impasse and we're going through that. Hope everybody's happy at the end, so.
All right.
Dennis, did I do okay?
Yes.
Thank you.
All right.
Dennis is still here.
All right. We now move on to approval of minutes. March 11th, all present. All right, so I'll take a motion to approve the March 11th minutes. Again first, Lisa. Second, Bill. All in favor? All right. The March 26th minutes, Bruce was absent, so can I take a first? Kate, second, Mark. All in favor? Okay. Now, I'm going to take a walk-on or a leave of absence. Where's the sheet? I got it. That Nicole Unger, tenure teacher, will be granted unpaid personal leave for the entire 2025-26 year. Can I have a motion to walk on this item? Kate is first, second. Lisa, all in favor? Okay. Now, do we vote on this item separately, or can it be included in? Taken, all right, I'm gonna take that walk on with the whole personnel recommendations of the superintendent, slate all leaves, resignations, appointments, and other matters, pages 2 through 11 as a slate, including that walk on. Can I have a first? Kate, can I have a second? Bill? Any questions? All in favor? Okay, we're gonna move to business recommendations. We are going to take donations, change orders, budget transfers, health service contracts, claims, auditor reports, and additional matters on pages 12 to 15 as a slate. This includes approval of 2 reduction change orders. Can I have a first? Lisa, a second. Bill, any questions? All in favor? We're now going to move to special education reports. We're going to take all contracts, CSE, CPSE approvals on page 15 as a slate. Can I have a first? Bill, a second. Lisa, any questions? No. Okay, all in favor?
I'm ready to all in
I
favor.
thought you had a big question, okay. We now move to other matters on pages 15 to 16 as a slate. This includes the approval of the overnight field trip to Normandy, France for the celebration of liberty and freedom from May 31st to 2025 to June 8th, 2025 for 13 students. All funds were raised at the Remembrance Bowl. Oh, that sounds wonderful. So great for those students. All right, can I have a first? Kate, a second. Bill, any questions?
The question, what are we approving?
Other matters, pages 15 through
No,
16.
I got that, but what exactly are we approving?
It's an overnight field trip, we
Oh,
approved.
with,
We're approving that they're allowed to go, but
Yeah.
we're not paying?
We're not paying.
Okay.
okay. Any other questions? All in favor? Okay, we're now going to move to the first reading of the policy. This is policy 4327 for homebound instruction. We will vote to waive a full reading of this policy. Can I have a first? Waive the first reading. Bill, a second. Kate, any questions? All in favor? Okay, I actually have a question. Was the policy changed to reflect the language that was discussed in the policy meeting? Because there was like a typo online.
Liz checked, the typo was,
It,
I saw your email, I
okay, can I take,
Please, yes.
sorry guys, I'm gonna take a second to look it up.
Now's the time.
I know.
dedication.
We're not a policy or anything.
We're walking to high school tomorrow, of us.
Kids.
Really read.
Yeah, there is.
Okay. So this wasn't what we said, discussed, unless they, wait. It's paragraph 1, 2, 3. Paragraph 4, the minimum hours of instruction listed above may be reduced upon parent and guardian request, supported by documentation by the treating healthcare provider, but not be lower than 1. That's not the language that we should have. It should be not lower than, and then there was language referring to the prior 10 hours if it's secondary and
5 hours.
5 hours if it's elementary. Can we amend that, that typo to not, that didn't include that?
So I think
Yeah.
we could just include that in the second reading.
Yes, we'll be including that in the second reading. Okay. All right, can I move on?
Catch.
Yeah. Oh, no. The second audience to visitors, guys, get ready. Can I waive the reading of the instructions? And just ask if either of you would like to speak again? No? Okay. The agenda includes financial reports on page 16, and these reports are for informational purposes No votes necessary. If needed, Ms. Costa will answer any questions from the Board of Education and public. Feel free to call her in her office. This is the second discussion section of our agenda. Mark, close your ears. I open the floor to any other discussion items from members of the Board of Education. All right, now we move to adjourn the meeting. Are you okay, Mark? You sure? All right, we move to adjourn the meeting. Can I have a first? E, can I have a second? Lisa, all in favor? Thank you.
Good night, everybody.